Good morning, everyone. This is Roger Whirlwind from World Merit USA, and welcome to our second conference call for December 2015. Happy International Solidarity Sunday to everyone who has joined our call and who is watching live now on YouTube. We will begin in about 3 minutes. We want to let as many people get opportunity to join. Thank you for being patient. Thank you for all the love and the support and sharing this message with other members to join in. Everyone in Indonesia, in Asia, Africa, everyone in the US, in the UK, in Europe, and in South America. Thank you for joining us for this call. We will begin in about 2 minutes. As I said, give a few more moments for members to join our call. In the meantime, I'll just show you a quick photo of here's me. If you haven't seen me, that's me at the United Nations in September. But I will introduce myself once again, briefly, in about 1 more minute. Thank you to Mohammed Rubin in Bangladesh for spreading the message to our members. Putri in Indonesia, we spoke last week or about 2 weeks ago. Indonesia is doing some amazing things, and I will tell you about them very soon. And Sister Agnes in Kenya. Thank you for joining us today, and everyone else around the world, in the US, in Africa, in South America, in Canada, in Europe, and in Asia. So when we had the call last week, a lot of members stayed on overtime for the opportunity to see what World Merit has to offer. So in my brief introduction, I will definitely give members the opportunity to see what we're about. And then we will get into our full discourse of topics in about half an hour. So I'll introduce myself again. My name is Roger Whirlwind, as you may know me, from World Merit USA. I am the country office president here, and we began in August 2015. I joined World Merit after seeing a member from Pakistan at a World Merit Day event. I'm an author, an activist, a member of Global Zero, the international movement for the elimination of nuclear weapons. So my focus is Sustainable Development Goal number 16, peace and justice. However, nuclear weapons wasn't included in the Sustainable Development Goals. So that's even more reason why we need to be vigilant and raise our international voice to eliminating nuclear weapons. Don't we all want to live in a world free of nuclear weapons? So right now we have our Race to Zero campaign, and that is to make this the mainstream issue for one of the mainstream issues of the next presidential campaign, US presidential campaign. There should be, I'm sure you've heard so many different conversations surrounding the presidential campaign and the candidates, and US leadership is one of those issues. There should be one issue that all candidates can agree on, that most Americans can stand behind, and that should be the elimination of nuclear weapons. The United States should take the lead in their efforts to eliminating nuclear weapons in our country, in Russia, as well as in the other 7 countries. There are currently about 15,000 nuclear weapons worldwide and about 1,500 on ready to launch status. Ready to launch status means that within a few minutes, just a few electrical impulses, nuclear weapons can be up in the air. And that is the most dangerous nuclear position of war to have. It's extremely dangerous. And the former president mentioned, John F. Kennedy said that the nuclear weapons can accidentally, intentionally, or can actually is the most dangerous threat to humanity. And we have the support about 300 world leaders, military experts, public figures, celebrities. It is the most dangerous threat to humanity, parallel to parallel to climate change. One minor nuclear exchange will send the world into famine, poverty, climate change. All of these things will be affected if a nuclear exchange was to happen. And there are countless incidences of nuclear accidents. There is more risk of a nuclear accident happening than actual nuclear weapons being launched. This summer, we had our campaign, Bike Around the Bomb, which was in commemoration of the 70th anniversary of the bombing of Hiroshima and Nagasaki in Japan this year. That is one of the many things that we've had as aside from lobbying elected officials at the United Nations in New York City to make sure that this is a priority. There is currently on track, the world is going to spend $1 trillion on nuclear weapons in the next 10 years, and in the US, $1 trillion over the next 30 years. This money truly can be used for solving some of the most terrible evils in the world, and that is extreme hunger, extreme poverty. We can solve these problems. We have been making progress. However, so much money is being used for war, and that is a great injustice to humanity and to international security. So I'm the Action Core team leader here in the United States, and we have chapters in about 25 countries, and hopefully this will be one of our partnerships with World Merit to allow members from around the world to join our international campaign to eliminate nuclear weapons by 2030. We have some very specific goals, and they are definitely achievable. One of them being an international nuclear convention with all the countries coming together to make this agreement of elimination by 2030. And that is something that Global Zero can play an instrumental aspect to the creation and implementation of such a convention. It will be one of the greatest achievements of peace and security in our time. There's, as I said, from about 30 years ago, there was about 70,000 nuclear weapons, and we're now down to 15,000. They might be the hardest 15,000, but we definitely can solve it. We're the generation to solve it, and it will be the greatest achievement of peace and history, peace and security, and peace and justice in history. So thank you. Go to the website, pledge your support, join our movement. We currently have over 500,000 citizens worldwide, but we need your help to actually getting this done. Go to our YouTube page to see some of the videos that we have. And thank you for all of your support thus so far. And we have some great things in 2016 for you to get involved with. For those who haven't are new to World Merit, welcome. As I said, I'm the World Merit Vice President of World Merit USA, and we began in August this summer. However, World Merit has been around for about 2 years. World Merit is an international social community that's connecting young change makers who are committed to solving and focusing on the sustainable development goals. What makes World Merit unique is that we reward action with opportunities. So I know many members have joined World Merit specifically for opportunities such as Merit 360, the Wealth Drive. That was a financial literacy challenge that we had in September and October. The winner of hosting financial literacy workshops wins a summer internship next year in at the company Wealth Drive. That's in Wall Street, New York City. And that was our member from Ghana, DGraph Altman. Congratulations to winning that Wealth Drive Challenge, as well as we have various new opportunities and reward opportunities every month. But you will find that on our opportunities pages, our take action pages. You should go there regularly, but I will take you there very soon. This is our home website, as you as you're seeing now, or maybe you haven't seen this, World Merit, which explains to people who we are, what we do, the opportunities that we share. We've been around for about 2-3 years now, and as you can see, these are some of the amazing people who has participated and has been ambassadors for World Merit in the past. World Merit was actually here this summer with some of these members. So there's always great opportunities for when you're taking leadership. And we have about 98,000 members total. So you are not alone in this fight. We are just on the new phase, a new level. Now that we have the release of the Sustainable Development Goals, we have a new platform with new features, and we're all over the world in about 100 countries. But we definitely are looking to grow, especially here in the West, since so many members are interested in internships and opportunities and possibly employment, as well as Merit 360 here in the USA. Something specifically I would like to share with you on the World Merit site is our blogs page. So if you write a blog on the World Merit site, which many members are reading currently, there's an average about 100 members will read your blog. So you can talk about anything. We have the blog of the month, or you can talk about the sustainable development goals, or you can just write something inspirational or meaningful to our community. We will talk about this later, how important this is, but I just want to show you our blogs page, on our magazine, on our website, and one member will be selected every month to be featured as the blog of the month. If you haven't seen that, this Zeta, one of our members, one of the World Merit staff, she is also the head of the global media team, and she wrote a great article that was featured in the Huffington Post called "The Disease That Suffers Our World." I recommend you all check it out. It's a great article. And it concludes by saying we need to focus on reconstructing the world and reconstructing societies. We need to focus on coming together, focus on similarities, not on differences. We need to stop capitalism, not enforce it. We need to stop thinking problems are solved by too much interference. Stop bombing to stop bombing. We need to listen. Listen to humanity, listen to youth, listen to what the world is telling us. Listen. That's why I love World Merit so much. Even though it's a charity, it focuses on reconstruction, it focuses on humanity, on community. It listens to youth, it supports them in the work that they do on the ground. It doesn't interfere. It listens to what people on the ground tell them is needed. It doesn't fix a problem, a broken arm with a plaster. It supports the rehabilitation process. It empowers, it gives away control more than it tries to fix anything itself. The world we live in today will go, just like the world that was once here has gone. I hope to live in a world where we will be one in our differences, with mutual respect and understanding. A world of convergence rather than divergence. A world where it's about the eye that meets the eye rather than an eye for an eye. A world where we will use our two hands to reconstruct a world of compassion and humanity, a world of peace and belonging. I believe in this world. Do you? That world that we're speaking of is what I want to call a Meritopia. And this conference call is part of a series called Meritology 101, where I will be creating these videos for members to play to learn everything about world merit, and you get a vision of what world merit will be in a year and in the next 5 years and in the next 10 years and the next 15 years when we eliminate some of these goals. I think we have one of our speakers has just joined the call. If you have, could you please mute your microphone?
Yes. Hello, morning, everybody. I don't know who's here. I can just see your screen, Roger. I don't know if it's supposed to be like that.
Can you please mute your microphone, please?
Oh,
Thank you, Mary, for joining in, and we will get with you. Stay on. Do not go away. Yes, right now we're on screen share, and everyone should be seeing the article that I was just reading from Zeta, and we are currently live on YouTube. Thank you, everyone, for joining, and thank you, Mary. I will introduce you again very soon. Within an hour, we will have an interview. Mary is our World USA member, and she is from, as you may have guessed, Syria. So we definitely will talk about things as her journey from Syria to the U.S. We will talk about the Syrian war briefly, and you'll have the opportunity to ask Mary some questions. So, as the website, as the article that Zita had mentioned says, is that we are focused on listening. They are listening to who we are. We are movers, shakers, change makers. They're not here to interfere. They are here to listen to what people on the ground says that we need. And that's how we need to use World Merit Platform. They didn't need to create this platform, but they did because they care about our voice. We need to take control of the narrative for the Sustainable Development Goals. If you have any questions at some point that you would like to, you can send them to in the chat room of World Merit or on the YouTube. I will try to go back there and answer some of your questions at the end of the conference. So please write your questions, and at the end, I will answer any questions that you may have. But right now, I'm going to take you through a tour of our website. As I said, they care about our voice. If we do not take control of the narrative, it will be business as usual. We have the technology, we have the power. Now we have to find our voice. And they created this online community for us to come together to exchange ideas for solutions, being that some SDGs are more important than other goals in other countries than others. I just recently had the opportunity to be on a brief chat with a member of the U.S. Observer to the United Nations. And I asked her, what is it, the two most important goals for members in for millennials in the United States, and she mentioned climate change and gender equality. Now, the United States is a developed country, so issues such as poverty and extreme hunger is not as important to many people. However, there is extreme hunger, there is extreme poverty in the United States. All of these goals are important, such as war, peace and justice, climate change, and they are all interlinked. Climate change is affecting poverty and hunger in many nations. And we will continuously talk through to the members about how these goals are connected in Meritology 101. So even though many members are specialized, are going to school for a specific goal, and you definitely need to want to become an expert in your SDG, we need to learn about how they connect to the other goals so that we can create a sustainable community, a sustainable future, a Meritopia. So now I want to just give all the new members a brief tour of World Merit. Right now, as you see in my screen, this is the platform which we call Titania. And currently, we have a few members online. Good to see everyone. And when you come on the site, I know many members have joined to join Merit 360 or as an opportunity that I mentioned before, but never really fully understood what our platform is about. So as you will see on the dashboard, in the begins, you can click here, apply for Merit 360. You have the friends, you can you have these badges, which I'll explain later, and your points. I'll explain that later too. But it begins with the news feed, where you will see what members are posting, upcoming events, profile pictures. On World Merit, as I said, we reward action with opportunities, and you get points. You get points for everything that you do on World Merit. You get points for viewing, posting, making friends, searching. You get points for uploading videos, commenting, blogging. Then you get even more points for blogging, taking action, and taking challenges. As you see, we just recently had um, someone post a picture of Malala. Many of you have heard about her. She is the youngest Nobel Peace Prize laureate, and I would say that she is an honorary member of World Merit. She has participated she was one of our guest speakers in World Merit Day 2014 before she won the Nobel Peace Prize. World Merit Day is July 24th, and that day we have events around the world. Last year we had Planetary, and you can still do a film screening of the movie Planetary, but I'll show you that in a few moments. Thank you, Malala, for supporting World Merit, and I hope to see you at possibly Merit 360, if not this year, next year, or one of the other amazing events that we will have in the coming future, 2016 and beyond. So you can post anything you like. And as you may see, we have a video section. We have groups. Groups is where you can come to and join and talk about anything you would like to talk about. Currently, we have groups for sustainable development goals. We have groups for country offices. There are many country offices, meaning a country office is a country that has office representatives who has taken on the responsibility to recruiting new members, so to take action in their community together. United States, we have about 5 office representatives, and we're in about 5 different cities. And we are currently developing a campaign that we can all participate in nationally for 2016. So these are the groups. There are many members in the groups, and many people have joined the groups. I encourage y'all to, when you're posting videos, to join the group and post the video to the group. So once you post the video, go to the group and then post the video, and it will appear on your page. It will appear in the group's page, just as there are SDG groups for each of the SDG. And it will also appear in the video category of the SDGs. So, for example, you want to post a video. I'm going to go to one of my groups. Click on groups over here on the left column. I go down to good health and well-being. I scroll here. As you see, I have a previous video here on, for this month, we are focused on good health and well-being. Every month on World Merit, each, we focus on one sustainable development goal, and this month is good health and well-being. So I would go here, click video, and just post the link right here, paste, insert, click the category, good health and well-being, write a cool title. That's not necessary, but if you want to write a description, that's good. And then click share. And it will appear on your timeline, on your and on everyone's news feed. It will appear, but it also will be archived to the Sustainable Development video catalog, as well as archived in the Sustainable Development SDG group. So please join the SDG group that you are currently in, and also make use of the other groups that is available. Connect with members, use that as an opportunity to talk with each other, especially if you're going to be attending Merit 360. Make friendships, talk about the SDGs, and have some fun. That's also important. I'm going to go back to the main page. I want to give members a complete tour of World Merit. So thank you for being patient. If you're not new, or if you have joined groups already, another feature we have is blogs. You can click on the blog icon right here. And as you may see, we have a few categories. We have the blog of the month, and we have these SDGs articles: peace, justice, strong communities. We have another SDG 8, decent work and economic growth. We also have community blogs. And this is where you can read members' blogs. You do not go here to write blogs. So if you choose to write a blog, you can save the home link. You can grab the URL link and post that on your social media. People do not have to be members to read your blog. The blog is available to the public, so please share blogs on your social media. If there is a blog that you really like, please share it on your social media. And members are always reading blogs, and each blog will have an average readership of about 100 views. This one that was posted on November 23rd by Agnes and World Merit Kenya, and about 2-3 members from World Merit Kenya went to orphanage and spoke with the youth and gave them some supplies and some food in November. And this is the article that she wrote: "The Open Gates of That Home." I encourage members to please write what country that you're in, and we definitely want to highlight, and we would encourage other members to highlight other articles that you really enjoyed reading. We really appreciate it because there's great things that this blog page can become. And I'll talk about that more later. Now, on the dashboard, we have at the very top, we have these four features. So I'm going to go back to the home page. As part of Meritology 101, I will create some smaller videos that you'll be able to watch. You will find that in the video section, the World Merit section of the video catalog, where Meritology 101, how do you write blogs? And we will get to that answer in a moment. We will have videos of how do you search for members in your country. So we will do that next. Right here on the left side, you have a search box. So if there's a member you want to find, say, let's see, Roger. You click in the name Roger, and you have a list of Roger that come up. And here I am. You see the link, Roger Whirlwind. You click it. It's that simple. You you don't necessarily need the whole name. And there we go. Back to my home page. Members, if you haven't updated your profile page, please do. You can leave the beautiful artwork as the back cover art, or you can add something of a particular SDG that you're working on. As you see, I have Global Zero, a world without nuclear weapons as my cover art, and a photo of me. That's me if you haven't got a chance to see me. And here's me again at the United Nations in September for the International Symposium on Cultural Diplomacy. And then we have a host of things where you can pin articles that you want people to see at the very beginning. And there I have posted favorite asked questions page link that where you have all of the questions a new member could possibly have. We probably answer those questions at that link, and I will show you that very briefly. Let's go back to the homepage. So I'll show you how to find members in your country. And then once you know how to do that, you'll be able to play with the advanced search to find anything that you want. So you go back to the left side where the search bar is, and instead of putting in your country, do not put in your country in the search tab. Click on advanced search. Once you click on advanced search, it will take you to a search criteria. Click on select field. Go to location. There's name, email, gender, date of birth, location. And then we want to click on, now if you have my full address, which some of you probably do, you can click in the address. I don't know how much that would help, but click on country. Leave this and then enter a value. Enter United States, and then go to search. As you see, there is 130 results that come up for United States. As I scroll through, I will see who's my friends. I can see um, and people who I can make requests with. The first one that comes up, then I click on her, and that way you can and start contacting new members. This is one of our members. She has been with World Merit for some time now, and she's an office representative for World Merit. Hi, Melinda, if you're on the call right now. So that's how you search for members in your country, please go out and connect with the members of your country. If you're going to be doing action opportunities such as volunteering on your SDG, if you're interested in creating a country office, you definitely need to invite members to be office representatives, come together and take action. We highly encourage you to do that, and it will be a great opportunity. You are not alone in solving these goals. So we have 4 tabs. We have the dashboard, we have connect, we have take action, we have opportunities. On the connect side, we have friends. You click on friends, you will see all the members of World Merit, and you will find your friends, and you can find how to make friends. And that's followers. You have who's following you. You have find friends. You have groups, events. You can post an event for people an international event, a local event for people to attend and RSVP. Once again, we have the blog, as you saw previously. We have discussions. Members are, where you can write ideas about SDGs, anything you would like to talk about. And we have the video tab, as you've seen. But also we have, as I said right below, we have this blue bar, videos, groups, events, blogs, and discussions. So you can also access those there. Our member, Sahatness, he's in Turkey, and I just spoke to him recently. That was great. He just unlocked another badge, Connector, loves to build new friends with others. Now, badges you can get, as you will see how to earn badges. There is a whole range of badges you can get, from photo sharing, photo browsing, masterminding, voting, knowledge seeker, connector, socializer, resolver, being a curious cat, or if you was one of the founding members on our other website, you'll get a badge and you will get the points that you previously had. You will get some points and recognition for being a founding member of World Merit. So we have these various badges. Try to collect them all. Let's go next before we go to the take action, we also have these other features. We have the account settings. We have the team at World Merit. We have our favoritely asked questions page. We have points, and as I explained to you, how to earn points. So if you go to the favorite ask page, you will learn what is World Merit, how you can contact World Merit, what is sustainable development goals, our community, questions about Merit 360, how to apply, the process, and how much do you need to fundraise, and your account settings, and any questions you may possibly have. Please visit our favorably asked questions page. As you can see, it's right next to your photo where you go to sign out. And you can also write feedback about any issues that you may be having with World Merit Technical, or we'd love to hear your suggestions about how we can make this a better platform for you to connect with members and to profile your social action. This is not how ultimately what World Merit will be in the next year, in the next 5 years. This is not designed to be Facebook for social action. No. We definitely are going to be revamping the website in the next few months to facilitate so many other features and for your profile, so members know exactly who you are and what you are working on, and highlight all of the things that you want to share with members so that we can support you and your activities locally. As you can see, we have a great staff here at World Merit. These are our staff, and from Mel, Marlu, Zita, and Chris, our CEO. These are the people that you will mainly see and can contact them, their first name, or at worldmerit.org if you have questions. But you can also contact our other members, Henry, Ellie, Mark, and Tony. They're also available, and you may see them in our chat room. Occasionally, they will have a blue star next to their names. Let's see, is anyone online? So, no. When you go to the chat room, they will have a blue star next to their name. If they are online at that time, you can instant message them. They love to hear from you, but don't give them. Be patient. Give them some time to reply. So those are some of the highlights that you will see. Now let's go to the next two tabs. Take action, where you will see all of our new goodies for the month. So, as some of you may know or may not have known, I hope you are all following us on social media. World Merit Facebook page, World Merit USA Facebook page. We have new challenges and opportunities for you to gain points and to take action. This month is Peacember, and we have a partnership with the organization that is currently hosting this peace campaign. And two of them is how would you change the world? We also have the pipelines of peace. Pipelines of Peace is the opportunity to take part and sing a fun song. John Legend's Imagine. It's a brilliant song. John Legend is from the legendary music group The Beatles, and this song is he was a big activist and supporting the peace. He was anti-war, and he wrote this song Imagine. As you can see, the lyrics, and it ends with, you may say that I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one. I hope someday you'll join us and the world will live as one. It's a great song. It's a great lyrics. I posted the link on the news feed as well as on social media for y'all to listen to the song. It's a beautiful song. I think y'all would have fun doing it, and I look forward to seeing World Merit Indonesia's video. They are an amazing team. They have the largest team. They are the number one team in World Merit currently. They have about 300 members in 11 cities. I'm very proud of y'all, World Merit. You are our heroes for moving, shaking, and change making. And I hope that many of the other country offices will organize and do a Peacember video for this song, John Legend's Imagine. Our other campaign, is for us to write our ideas. Peacember 2015 is the first in what we hope will be an annual event, a month-long celebration of peace. The organizations and individuals that work so hard to achieve it, and a way of finding unity in a time of violence, conflict, and tolerance. The Peacember partners want to hear your views and what should appear in an international peace charter that may be used as the basics of a peace manifesto or petition to governments or the United Nations. So, if you were in charge, what would you do to make the world safer for everyone? Please submit all of your ideas. There is no silly ideas. Out of the silliest ideas can come the solution. So please, I encourage everyone to submit their ideas. And World Merit has a manifesto, and I will read that to you in the very end if you haven't seen that before. Next, here's that tab with points that will show you your points history, so that you know if you have gotten points for all of your activities, if you had joined in and participated in any of them. Just give them a few days and you will see your points. Also, we have a documentary, take part in a World Merit documentary. And we're looking for all filmmakers and videographers of anyone with a passion for video to help us with a documentary. Junaid from Pakistan is a passionate Meriter, and has taken an initiative to create a World Merit documentary for our global community. We are looking for people from different countries in our country offices to show the work, the impact World Merit is making globally. So how can you participate? Each member can just submit HD high quality footage. If you want to take part in this project, just and show how World Merit is operating in your country, fill out the form and go ahead and get filming. Junaid will contact you about how you can create a great video that we can share with others. But this is the very first of some of the great media that we will definitely be featuring on our road to Merit 360. And I look forward to seeing you all there. Merit 360 will be in New York City, and we definitely will like to do some interviews with all of you members, as many members as possible. Also, we have the Good Health and Well-Being Survey. We have that's the SDG we focused on this month. We also have the the Zero Hunger SDG 1 survey. We have a peace and justice tolerance quiz. That's fun. You watch a video and answer questions, and you'll be surprised what you learn from that experience. Check it out. The Good Health and Well-Being surveys and all of the surveys. Every month that a new survey will come out, we need to know what your ideas are on these SDGs. World Merit will be creating some SDG projects beginning in 2016 to tackling the Sustainable Development Goals for the elimination of many of these goals by 2030. But we definitely need your help. We need to know your ideas. We need your support. So please fill out those surveys. Any information you have is valuable to us. Coming up with ideas. So if you have a specific idea that you know that World Merit should sponsor your SDG initiative that you might want to design for Merit 360, get all of your sponsors, all of your members in your country, all of your friends and family to fill out that survey. To join World Merit, fill out that survey because then likely we will consider sponsoring your initiative, your solution as a World Merit project. Do not miss that opportunity, but please fill out the surveys. We also have another video project, the Happiness Video Project. What does happiness mean to you? And it's a quick survey that you can fill out and submit. And also, for 500 points, you can host your World Merit Day event. And that is last year was planetary. That's what Merit members have done. But also, you can do that, host a planetary event now. And it's a great video about the world, footage you have never seen in a way you've never seen the world before. So consider doing that as a World Merit event for your local community. They greatly will appreciate it. And it's a great way to recruit members, this film screening. Also, we have these debates and we have Community Reporter. This is where you can find your blogging. So it's here, blog to share your experience, Community Reporter. You click on that link and it takes you here to blog now. You click on blog now and here you go. You're on the page where you can write your blog and one blog a month will be selected to be part of the World Merit magazine. You click on this tab here and then you select the category that you want your blog to be featured in. And this is where you write your blogs. You have to, under the Take Action tab, and go to Community Reporter. Next, we have Opportunities tab. Our keynote address will begin in about 10 minutes. And I just want to show you a few more features of World Merit. Right now, we have the Win a Fully Funded Trip to One Life Fully Live Conference in Philadelphia. So if you're an entrepreneur, You know an entrepreneur? Here's the opportunity for them to win a trip to the USA next spring. We also just had the Ubuntu People's Challenge, where members submitted video of discussing of how we can have a better relationship of business and society. And the winner was just rewarded, and they will be going to Ghana next spring also for a few days. You can apply for World Merit 360 here. And here also you can join to become an office representative, apply to be an office country. You can apply to be the agent of the week or the an agent of change, or join one of our global media teams, our global creative team, our global engagement team. We need member support, as I said, so that we can have a voice to telling the United Nations, to tell the establishment how we are going to be committed to solving these extreme problems, such as eliminating nuclear weapons, eliminating extreme hunger, eliminating extreme diversity. Rubel, I've seen your question, and in the end, I will definitely share you a link to join the call at the end, and that will be like in about an hour. I'll open that up for discussion with other members. But if you have a question, you can post it also here. I'll try to get to find it on the YouTube page, but definitely I will open up this conversation for discussion to members at the end in the final hours, and that will be in about an hour. And so if members would like to stay on till for an additional hour, I will be here to have that discussion with everyone. Next, so that's just a brief tour of Merit 360. As I said, I will upload Meritology 101 videos that will give you all of that information on how to write blogs, how to search for members in your country, how to find groups, how to upload videos, and thank you for being patient. There's a lot of new members and a lot of members who have been on the site who hasn't seen many of these features. So this is what World Merit has to offer. They created this for us, and as Zita said in her blog that was posted in the Huffington Post, they are listening to us. They want to know what we need to change the world. Movers, shakers, change makers, we need to come together, and that's why I created this conference call. Thank you for joining us. We will have this every month on our road to Merit 360. As you've seen, many of you have applied. You have seen photos and names of many members who have joined. I know you have began your fundraising campaign. As you can see what other members are doing. Some people have already reached their goal. Others are slowly climbing there. And do not be discouraged. Look at what other members are writing in their um, individual campaigns and try some different techniques. You can upload photos, you can upload videos. I would recommend uploading a video of Indian Head Camp, possibly, or World Merit videos. We have the video with Malala. We have various videos you can upload on your page, as well as I would talk about the Sustainable Development Goal that you are selecting. As you know, we have about 17 goals, and the world needs to know about these goals. The people that you are asking from to participate might not know what the Sustainable Development Goal is that you are focused on. Please tell them what the Sustainable Development Goals are. And each goal has a target. So as you see this month, we're talking about good health and well-being. If you go to globalgoals.org, you will see this page. You click on the goal, and then you go to the bottom, and you will see the targets. These are the actual United Nations targets for the goal. Tell them the goal that you are trying to achieve with your Sustainable Development Goal. We're not just another charity organization. We are committed to solving each one of these goals. and select one or two of the targets and state it here what your sustainable development project is that you will be developing after you leave Merit 360 is about. You should highlight that so your sponsors know exactly what you will be working on at Merit 360 when you come to New York next summer. Include that on your fundraising page. Contact members who have successful campaigns and see how what they have been doing to getting the word out to members. When you received your page, you should have received a booklet, a link to this booklet, Merit 360. I would include the link to this booklet for your sponsors to see exactly what you will be doing on Merit 360. You can also include that information in your page. I will briefly scroll through. As you will see in this booklet for Merit 360, if you haven't gone through it, gives you a breakdown day by day what we will be doing at Merit 360. On August 27th, you will arrive here in New York, and we will begin with some team building, a welcome dinner, and the opening campfire. And that will be hosted by the owners of Indian Head Camp, Lauren and Joel. I met them 2 weeks ago here in New York City when I met with our founder, Chris and Marlu. Some amazing, beautiful, great people, and you will love them when you meet them too. And they will start off our first day. They have this great facility, and I will show you what that looks like in a few moments. August 28th, we will have our keynote speakers by Mr. Chris Arnold, our founder and CEO, as well as one of our board of directors, Mr. Jack Healy. He's a rock star in the human rights campaign with over 30 years of work in human rights, and he's the former executive director of Amnesty International. That's day 28. Day 29 is the overview of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. So we will have our keynote speaker of that day will be the European Union's ambassador to the United Nations and the global head of corporate citizenship of KPMG, and they will discuss the Sustainable Development Goals and an overview. At the World Merit, we will learn all about these goals, and we will get right into action, which will begin on August 30th with building teams. Then we will build concepts, create ideas, and form an outline on day 31. September 1st, you will pitch your ideas to our panelists, just as we creating a startup, and these will be some of our mentors and coaches developing our ideas. Welcome for our World Merit USA members. We will begin our sessions shortly. Please mute your microphone, whoever you are, and I will thank you for joining us, and I will introduce you very soon. September 2nd, we have our Affecting Change and Increasing Employability. And one of our guest speakers will be a NASA astronaut, Miss Mae Jemison, the first African American woman in space. September 3rd is our Speakers Day. September 4th is the Team Day. And this goes all the way to September 9th, 10th, 11th, or 12th. One of those days we will be at the United Nations and will present to the Office of the United Nations and to the Secretary General staff. So this will be a great opportunity. We will use this as a platform for you to build connections and partnerships so that you can gain support in your country when you go back home. You definitely will have all the tools and all the ammunitions to solving the SDG goal. And that is Merit 360. I just want to Also, as you've seen, please, you can include that booklet in your fundraising campaign. And I just wanted to show you a link of Indian Head Camp. So this is where we will be at in for those days when you arrive in New York. And this is right outside of New York in Pennsylvania, about an hour away possibly. And we have this huge facility, and I hope that members will participate in a talent show. If you're interested, you have a talent, you sing, you dance, you do poetry, you want to do a spoken word, you want to tell jokes, you want to, whatever you want to do, play an instrument because they have plenty of instruments at the camp. We will have a talent show one of these nights, so please send me an email at worldmerit.usa@gmail if you are interested in participating in our World Merit Talent Show, Merit 360 Talent Show. Obviously, everyone can't join, but we encourage as many people to join to have that for one of the nights. It will be great. And thank you. So, as we can say, we want to have fun just as much as we want to focus on the Sustainable Development Goals. As you can imagine, that there's a lot to learn, and this is new to many members, and that's okay. The Sustainable Development Goals are real goals, a continuation of the Millennial Development Goals that were launched in 2000, and now they extended it to 17 goals with the aim of achieving these targets by 2030. And now we will begin our keynote address about good health and well-being. Every month we will be highlighting a specific goal. If you've seen, every month I will post a video about each of these goals. I hope you had an opportunity to check out our videos. And this month we're focused on good health and well-being, and next month is going to be about quality education. And we will have conversations. Please use the chat room on World Merit to talk about these issues, to ask questions about these issues, to make suggestions about these issues. I know many members have joined Merit 360 for quality education as well as for good health and well-being. I hope many of you members are on this call and you will enjoy our featured speakers who are from World Merit USA, and that is Haley and Emily. Are y'all on the call this morning?
Yes.
Hey, thank you for joining us.
This is Emily.
Hi, Emily.
Hi, Emily.
Hi, Haley.
Hi, Haley.
Hi.
Well, good morning.
Well, good morning.
And before
And
we
before
start
we
our
start
conversation,
our conversation,
I'm
I'm
not
not
sure
sure
if
if
there is a way that
there
you
is a
can
way that
eliminate
you
the
can
feedback,
eliminate the feedback,
but that's okay.
but that's
We will
okay.
just continue.
We'll just
Roger,
Roger,
Roger, we're
Roger,
hearing you
we're
twice.
hearing you twice.
Oh.
Right?
Right?
Make it free.
Make it free.
I have my
I have
earphones
my
on,
earphones on,
so it must be
so it
someone's
must be
computer that the
someone's computer
volume's
that the
up.
volume's up.
Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, that's a little bit better.
That's
I don't
better?
know. Yes. Thank you.
Okay. Hello, Mary.
Yes. Hello.
Yes, Mary is from Syria, and we have Emily and Haley from World Merit USA, and they live in Arizona.
Hey, Haley and Emily.
Hi.
And so,
And
Hi.
yes, thank you everyone for joining us. And what we, before we start the conversation, I wanted to just, I know everyone has talked about, been talking about this week. If they're not talking about presidential candidates, if they're not talking about the Sustainable Development Goals like we have, they've been talking about Star Wars. And um, I've been mentioning to the members, did they know that the Sustainable Star Wars is about the Sustainable Development Goals? And because the real dark side is extreme poverty, is extreme hunger, and nuclear weapons. And we need to eliminate these monsters because they are man-made problems that we have in this world, as well as education, also good health and well-being. They are so solvable if we have the right information about it. We can improve the quality of life of everyone, but good health is linked to poverty, it is linked to hunger, it is linked to education. So this is the month where we will highlight all of the good things to being happy. We can talk about animal agriculture because agriculture is a big, is connected to climate change. But yet many people do not really aware of how that can be. Not everyone is ready to be a vegetarian, but this is the month we can highlight all of the vital information about that. I have started being a vegetarian about 10 years ago, 12 years ago, and what I learned is that people do not love meat. They love the taste of meat. So you season your food, you can season your vegetables just as you season your meat. No one eats unseasoned meat. So all we need to do is just start eating more greens and live a balanced, holistic lifestyle. If you can do it, it's a learning experience, and I've learned a lot. And I just recently got back on that lifestyle again this year, and it's been a year of transformation to good health and well-being, which has got me also to be finding my way to being a merit member of Merit 360. I mean, a member of World Merit, and I'm happy to be here with this community. And I want this to be an open discussion. And I will let you begin by introducing yourself, Emily. Hi.
Yeah. Hi. Sorry if my voice is a bit rough. It's kind of early in the morning here. Well, hello, my name is Emily Eldridge. My business is called Emily International. And a number of years ago, I went through a severe, very, very painful dark night of the soul in which everything in my life fell apart. And all of my inner demons, if you will, came crashing up into me. And I really faced a lot of terrible depression and to the point of self-loathing. And then it was during that time that actually the pieces of what became known as the drawing out process, which is the work that I do now, they came to me in terms of, I mean, you talk about the dark side. Oh boy, I mean, all that dark stuff that we have within is what I learned how to address, and I learned how to heal that and release that permanently within people. So I do that. I did it first within myself, and then I started doing it with others, and I've worked with people in prison, inmates in prison, and had some amazing changes there. And then actually through learning about the quote-unquote inner demons, the dark side, that's actually how I learned about the brightest, the most light side of the Force, and the true powers that we carry within us. So that's what I teach, and that's what I work on with people, and that's what I speak about, is what I call the 3 M powers that we all have within us, as well as the 3 quote-unquote inner demon types that are basically just distorted versions of our M powers, that there's nothing bad or wrong about any of us, that all of us have all of the love, beauty, joy, and power that we desire within.
Well, thank you for. And we have Miss Haley Thomas, our youngest member of World Merit, possibly. And I'm proud to have you as a member of World Merit USA. Good morning, Haley.
Good morning, Haley. Hi, thank you so much. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, well, my name is Haley Thomas. I'm the founder of the Happy organization, which actually stands for Healthy, Active, Positive, Purposeful Youth. And we teach nutrition education and cooking classes to youth in underserved communities, but also to kids who want to learn more about health and nutrition or cooking. And so We do this currently in Arizona, and we are working on expanding our programs into other communities.
Oh,
And
great.
so for me, Happy really started out of a love for cooking and food already. When I was about 8 years old, my dad was diagnosed with type 2 diabetes, which is a disease that comes from unhealthy eating habits and just not taking care of yourself. And so when this had happened, I was very young, so I didn't really know a lot about food or cooking or anything to do with nutrition and health. And so we had gone through this journey as a family to really start educating ourselves about food and reading labels and understanding what really happens when you get something that's in a package and all of those processes. And during that time, I started learning about childhood obesity and the fact that kids were getting type 2 diabetes and heart disease and all these things. And so that really inspired me to go out and start advocating for kids' health. And slowly but surely in our family, my dad started to get better, and we were able to reverse his type 2 diabetes without any use of medication, just healthy habits. And so with that, it was like a kind of, woo, yay, I'm pumped up, let's do something about it and see how we can educate kids about this, because at that time, I was like the only kid in my school who knew anything about that, and I wanted to share that information in an approachable and fun way. And so that's really how Happy came to be after lots of motivational speaking at different events and going to serve on different youth advisory boards. And I just really wanted to do something actually in the community, not just giving speeches and cooking demonstrations, but really connecting with the kids and sharing my information with them and even exchanging information. And so it's been 3 years since we founded the organization. We just celebrated our anniversary a few weeks ago, maybe last week, yeah, on the 12th. And we are just excited to expand our programs and inspire healthier generations.
Okay, great. Let me ask you a question before we continue. What age do you believe you had this cognitive awareness that you have now?
Well, for me, my family, my parents are both from Jamaica, actually, so I have always had a sense of different cultures and different flavors and foods because, in America, sometimes it's hard to get things that aren't like mac and cheese all the time. So I was already really exposed to a lot of different foods like curries and lots of spicy foods, and so food had always been in my life, but nutrition and those things, I really realized that that was my passion, I guess, when I was about 10 years old, when I really started to speak out about it because I had really had my own experience in it. It was a huge success in my family, and I just wanted others to know that they could do that with their family as well. They didn't have to suffer through medication and going to the doctor every week and all these things. So when I was really 10, I figured out that that was what I wanted to do, and it's something that's super important to me, and I think to everyone, to have good health and well-being.
Okay, great. My question specifically should have been, at what age did you know that you were such an intelligent, amazing, mover, shaker, change maker? Was it at the age of 10?
I think so. I mean, when I was 10, I joined the Alliance for Healthier Generations Youth Advisory Board, which is a Clinton Foundation initiative. So being a part of the board, they kind of told me all of those things, and they made every youth advisory board member feel that way and feel empowered to go do something about health and well-being, whether it was cooking or sports or whatever they were interested in. And so yeah, I think definitely then. I never, called myself any of those things, but I definitely knew that that was just something that I was passionate about and that I could speak about. and always love to do and learn more about. So, yeah.
Well, that's amazing. I think when I was 10 years old, that's when I was the board member of the dark side. I don't know, but I think when you watch those movies, they try to trick kids to think that everyone is part of the dark side. So, um, there's nothing special about that. What is special is what you're doing and what you have achieved, and thank you. So what I wanted to do is um, I'm going to ask you a few questions, and then I would try to let y'all have a discussion about telling members how good health, and well-being are connected, and let y'all just have a discussion together for as long as you like. Um, that the us members are listening to, just as if we were sitting around the kitchen having lunch, World Merit USA brunch. So, Emily, it's been a long time since we spoke,
Yeah.
and I know that you had a great retreat last month. I hope that that was very successful, and I hope members have watched your video on inner demons. Can you please begin by telling us how important well-being and conquering your inner demons is important to not just achieving your SDGs goals, but just for just for your health, as well as to overcoming poverty and living a quality life?
Well, I think it's everything, honestly, and I've always had this driving force within me that said work on you, get yourself right, get yourself healthy so that you can be healthy for the world. And so in my experience, it's the Gandhi quote, be the change you wish to see in the world. So it's not about just trying to go out and conquer hunger or conquer this or deal with that, but really deal with whatever is at the core inside you. That, to me, is the most important thing. And it's not to say that we can't do both, because doing both is really important. Because if we were always just working on ourselves and trying to feel better, well, then we'd all just be gazing at our navels and not really actively getting a lot done. But I feel like it's a both and issue. And so, in other words, if we're going to deal with any issue in the world, we also must deal with that issue within ourselves. So if it's judgment, or if it's violence, or if it's fear, or if it's any of those things, or I actually find that what the SDGs are trying to address are what I see as issues of human consciousness, really, that it's been an aberration, or some of the challenges that humans have faced in terms of their consciousness that have resulted in these issues, that have resulted in greed or fear of our fellow human beings or violence or what have you. And so I fully believe that the more that we can address those quote-unquote inner demons inside of us, or that quote-unquote dark side within us, what we perceive to be our inner demons and our dark side, that's very important, the more that we can address those and really recognize the truth of what's happening inside of us, the faster we can elevate the consciousness of humanity by starting with ourselves, so that we can then shift all of us into a higher place, so that then dealing with these issues like poverty, or the issues of good health and well-being, whether it's physical, emotional, mental, spiritual, or any of these other issues, become that much easier, because we've then shifted our own mindsets, and the mindsets of other people, so that we can work together, not be so fearful of one another, and actually really trust one another on a deeper level, by first and foremost trusting ourselves. And I will say this, that a lot of what I run into is the misperception, and I had this too, that misperception that what we're struggling with in ourselves is somehow bad or wrong or weak or flawed. And we usually believe that because we were taught to believe that. I mean, from an early age, right? Moms and dads, and oh, you're bad, or you're wrong, or you messed up, or I got to punish you, or any of those kind of things, or even with society as a whole, that a lot of us are steeped in this perception of ourselves and our humanity and human beings as somehow being bad, but we're not. We're actually extremely beautiful, extremely powerful, and extremely, to our very core, loving and good. And so that, I believe, is one of those things that as we can shift our own perception of ourselves, then we can shift our own perception of each other. And that includes, sometimes when people want to deal with these issues of the SDGs, they think, oh, I have to run in and I have to fix these people, or I have to help these people. And it's like, no, you don't. In my opinion, it's really more about just, first and foremost, trusting your own power, but then also trusting in other people's power so that we can trust one another to really work together to address these issues from a really core, lasting way. Does that make sense?
Oh,
It
yes, yes, definitely. I think it begins within. Yes, we have to
begins within, yeah.
change ourselves before we can change the world.
Yeah, and I mean, on my website, I think you had said before you might show some things on my website. By the way, when I talk about the three inner demon types and the three inner empowers, I actually talk about those on my website. So if you want to just get some quick overviews of what I'm talking about, you can read about them on emilyinternational.com. Just emilyinternational.com, just in your own time if you want to. So. I did have to say, Roger, you had mentioned us asking each other questions. When I saw an article, I guess it was last week or earlier this past week, that was about, Haley, I thought you would have loved this, is that I think that there was some, I don't know, a UN program or study or something that basically the gist of the article was that the UN was starting to advocate and encourage people to adopt veganism. I don't know if you saw that. Did you see that, Haley?
I haven't seen that, but that's very interesting. I mean, I'm vegan, so yay,
Yeah,
that's good.
yeah. I thought that you would love that.
You would love that.
I'll send
Yeah,
it to you.
I'll send it to you.
yeah, definitely. I think, especially with that, it's good that the UN is bringing awareness to that on a bigger scale because, a lot of people don't know that it isn't difficult or that it tastes really good, like the diet tastes really good, and that it can really help the world in multiple levels. Their personal health, the environmental health, and the health of animals as well. So that's awesome. I did not see that, but I'll definitely take a look.
Well,
Yeah.
tell people how good you feel. Because I'm sure once you definitely do conquer your inner demons, you feel good. I'm not sure if all members know about, as you mentioned, Emily, their aberrations, but I guess hunger is one of those aberrations. I definitely agree. And Haley, I think, or just having an illness is an aberration. And so, Haley, just tell us how um, the good health is important to well-being, how you've seen how your dad's life has changed, and how that has affected your home, and how has the work that you have done impact in your community.
Well, I would definitely say that eating well and exercising often really does make a huge impact in your life, and that can even lift your spirits enough to find your inner demons and get those out as well. So you know it really affects everything. I mean, if you don't have a meal and you're malnourished and all those things, nothing else is going to function correctly. um, it just really plays a huge factor in it. And for my family, when we had gotten the news of the diagnosis for my dad, it was really just really eye-opening, and you just realize, I mean, for us, we were lucky enough to have a meal, but the thing is that the meal really wasn't even nourishing at all. So it was really just eye-opening to see how much just processed food and all of these things are at the fingertips of people all the time, and especially in areas where there's lots of poverty. I mean, a lot of unhealthy fast food is just available at every corner, and it's really sad, because of course it's marketed to those areas because it's cheaper and all of those things. And so for me, a lot of my goal is to make people understand that vegetables and healthy eating can be affordable, almost as affordable as going out to a fast food restaurant, or more so. So a lot of the times people just don't know the different strategies to really get in all of your nutrients in an affordable way. And a lot of time people don't think that they have enough time, but you have to make time for your health. That is one of the most important things. I mean, you have to trust in yourself and understand that your health is in your hands, and there's nothing else that can really dictate it. And so education is key, so understanding how to shop in a grocery store for healthy foods, how to read labels, how to uh, go to farmers markets, and even use food stamps to go to farmers markets, because there's a lot of programs out there now that allow people to use food stamps for healthy produce. And eating seasonally is also a really huge tip, because that's cheaper in a lot of supermarkets and farmers markets and things like that. And so just really, when you learn about your health, it just seems like everything opens up. You're so much more aware of yourself and also of just everything that's around you. And, you know, it's nothing to really put anyone down, but it's just enlightening yourself and others. And that's really the approach of our organization. We do everything in such a fun way, in my opinion. I think we do a good job making all the kids feel like they are just having a blast cooking and learning. And lots of times we have kids who just almost are allergic to all vegetables, it seems, and we're able to somehow get rid of their allergies. And it's just really interesting to see how, when it really gets to the kids especially. And I think that's another thing that's so great about World Merit, is that all this work is inspiring younger generations to do something about it. I'm inspiring my own sister to do something about it. And so I think it's really great to just see it impact them at such a young age, and they really affect their families and communities very well. I mean, we had kids who have never had a smoothie before, and after our camps or our classes, they're begging their parents to go and buy blenders, because they know how to utilize those equipments, and they know how to really manage in the kitchen and try to help their family's health. And a lot of the kids can relate to health related diseases or those things in their families. So it's really, really cool to see everybody come together and just learn. And like I said, education is definitely key, and it just opens up a whole new world for your health and well-being.
Well, thank you. Um, just 1 second. For some reason, I'm just wondering if everyone has the correct YouTube link. They should, so it shouldn't be a problem. But we're not gonna get sidetracked by that. I just hope that I was making this available live, as I imagined everyone was having access to it. But I see that some people had um, added comments, and I was just checking. So, okay, more comments below. Just wanted to check before we continue if they had submitted any comments for you ladies specifically. Okay, but we can continue. Um, so yes, thank you for sending that article, Emily. I the I think what I was thinking also. Oh yeah, so me and Haley had been corresponding to discuss creating her a Happy Kitchen campaign and taking her Happy Org initiatives nationwide. I'm sure New York City has a thriving holistic community, and they definitely, I'm sure there are private schools, charter schools, public schools that will be interested in introducing this campaign to young children. And I would love this is a campaign that we can begin to, as a World Merit USA initiative, since all the members live in different cities, something that we all can embrace as our national campaign. Let me ask, but Emily, now when it comes to these, I remember Haley had mentioned, yes, people confront their inner demons. I don't know if she knows what that means. I can't imagine someone asking me at 14, do you know what inner demons are? So Emily, could you tell me, what have you learned from young millennials and from up to youth as young as Haley's age? How are they aware of their well-being, quote unquote?
Honestly, I think that I would say that younger kids the kids these days the kids these days are probably a lot more conscious of health and well-being and proper eating and all of those things than children in the past, just because there's more information out there, and also because there are wonderful women like Haley who are helping to educate them. And so I think that that's fantastic, because I know that when I was your age, Haley, I was eating garbage. I was eating sugar and junk food and all kinds of things. So, so I would say that it's more on their radar now than it ever was in the past, I think. At the same time, you were asking about inner demons, and it's true that a lot of younger kids don't necessarily know what I'm talking about. And even for myself, I didn't really know I had quote-unquote inner demons until I was in my late 20s or 30s, and I'm 40 now. And so I think that, let me put it this way, it just depends. Okay, so for example, what's an inner demon? It can be that critical voice in your head. So it can be, that's an example of a very common example of what I would call an inner demon, is that voice in the head that says, no, you can't do it, or you're not smart enough, or you're stupid, or tries to stop you. Or it can also be a part of you that's carrying pain from when you were even younger. And so it's a part of you that maybe feels like it's crying or it's throwing a temper tantrum. Or it can be another part of you that feels like it wants to lash out and get really angry at people. And I think that sometimes younger kids or people who are younger aren't always totally aware of what's going on with them. I think that some of that self-awareness comes more with age, and as we go through experiences where, you know, we're out in the world and we're having to face issues that maybe we didn't have to face when, you know, we were living at our parents' home or what have you. Or vice versa. Sometimes we're out in the world and we're not actually having to deal with our parents as much anymore, and yet some of those voices are still in our heads. And so in my experience, a lot of those inner core struggles that people have as adults actually started in childhood, and they're in response to struggles or having to adapt to certain situations and difficulties and maybe even traumas that we dealt with as children. And so it just takes some time, and what I find is that every single part of us is doing its very best to take care of us the best way that it knows. It's just that we start to struggle with it when it's doing a job that we don't need it to do anymore. So, for example, that inner critic thinks it's doing a job of protecting you. Believe it or not, I know that seems crazy, but it thinks it's doing a job of protecting you. And there may have been a period in your life when it really truly was protecting you. You know, when maybe like mom or dad was really, really critical or really, really mean, and if you didn't do your homework or you didn't clean up or if you didn't, you know, do something, you might get punished. And so that part of you was trying to keep you in line and keep you from, you know, making mommy or daddy or somebody else mad at you, so that you wouldn't get hurt or you wouldn't get punished. But as we get older and, you know, you're not living at home or what have you, then that part of you may still be doing its job. You know, it's still maybe criticizing you and being the voice of your mom or your dad, even when mom and dad are around. And so, you know, that's when we start to struggle with it. So, to me, it's, you know, sometimes we're aware and sometimes we're not, and that's okay. I just found that whenever I deal with struggles or difficulties in my life, I do spend a significant portion looking within and looking at, okay, what part of me may be creating this issue or maybe contributing to the problem? You know, how is it that maybe I'm being a little too aggressive or reactive, rather? You know, how is it that maybe I'm being too critical and I'm actually tearing myself down and I'm not fully standing in my power? I mean, that's a lot of it. Again, we all have all the power we need to be and achieve and do everything we desire. We all have that within us. We were all designed for our purpose in life. It's just that because of it, as I've said before, our life experiences, we're taught to believe that that's not true. And so I feel like my job is to actually undo a lot of what, you know, we learned as children, or that what we learned through going through different difficult experiences, to really learn to trust ourselves fully and completely, and realize that whatever love that we're seeking, or whatever approval we're seeking, or whatever friendship we're seeking, or whatever it is, the wisdom or the skills or anything, the talents that we need, it's all within us. It truly, truly is. So, you know, if some people aren't aware of it, that's okay. But at the same time, I have found that along with, as we said, like with Haley and other younger people who are just so wise and so brilliant and so aware, is that there is also that deeper awareness that I've seen in people of younger generations, definitely more than I had in my generation, for sure, like way more than I ever had in my generation, is that there is this beautiful self-awareness that seems very innate, and that there's such beauty within that, and there's such amazing potential that. Like, I mean, I would say, Haley, that what's so beautiful about what you've done is that your father ran into, your father had the health issues, and it wasn't like you all as a family sat around and said, well, Dad, you just need to get your act together, and you just need to fix this, and Dad, you just need to eat healthier. No, you all embraced it, and you all said, okay, you know what, Dad's having some health issues, so let's look at this, and let's look at how we can help him to improve his health, but let's also look at what we can do for ourselves. So it's that both and that I was talking about, that it's not just, oh, well, other people have to fix their problems. It's like, well, okay, yes, other people have their issues, but we also can work on it within ourselves, and by doing that and by shifting out of that struggle and out of that belief in our own disempowerment or our own weaknesses, that shifting out of believing ourselves to be less than we truly are is a way of also contributing to helping our world's problems in a huge way, because as we shine our light, we inspire other people to shine theirs as well.
I agree. Thank you. It just reminds me that World Merit is about challenges, and we want to challenge ourselves to make happiness and our well-being a priority.
Because you're
And
no good to anyone unless you put that oxygen mask on first. You've probably heard that analogy, right? In the airplane, you got
yeah,
to put the mask on first before you can put it on someone else, or you are no good to anyone. And I'm sorry to interrupt, Roger, but I will just say that I was a classic. For many years, I took care of other people's needs and desires before my own, and I didn't even consider my own, and I got very sick. Haley, actually, that's how I learned to eat healthy, was because I got so extremely ill and really looked at myself and was like, okay, well, how can I change this for me? And that's when I actually learned to eat healthier as well, was,
oh, I
by
do that.
realizing
I
I
do
needed to
that
take
all
care
the
of
time.
me. Yeah.
I do that all the time.
Yeah.
It's okay. I think we learn more about ourselves and our strengths and our limitations, our current limitations, and figure out how to tap into our greater power. So it is, part of the just like when you exercise and you have to tear the muscles. So there's
Mm.
that process of tearing the muscle, but also finding the balance of knowing that, you know, um, we definitely need to be happy first,
Mhm. Mhm.
before we can, and then shine that light, as you said, to the community around us, for those who really desire change in their life, and so that people can appreciate have an example of what being happy looks like, or not even just being an example, because I think the world is going to make an example of you whether you choose to or not. You have a choice to be an inspiration to others. And I think that that's what all members here on World Merit has done, and we're trying to continue to build that community. Haley, you there?
Yes, I'm here.
What did you think about what she was saying about, you named your organization happy.org? Do you think that you know what it means to be happy, or how do you share that, what happiness means to you, and and how do they find that happiness through food, since so many people love to comfort eat, of all ages?
Well, I think for happiness, to me, that means really just doing what you love. And I think when you do what you love, it almost always results in helping others do the same. And for me, I was really lucky to, and I am really lucky to have parents who have really always instilled in me that anything is possible and that my voice matters, and that just because I'm a kid doesn't mean that I can't do anything in the world to help, with these sustainable development goals or anything, or to inspire others. And so, um, for me, I think happiness is just being confident in yourself, but not like, all out there like, oh, I'm better than you. You know what I mean? Like, being confident in yourself and knowing that you have potential, and also knowing that others have potential, and to bring out the potential in others as well as you discover what you love to do and how that can help other people. And I think that is just the number one thing. A lot of kids, especially in my generation, care so much about what other people think about them, or what somebody else is doing, or what celebrity is doing this. And I think right now it's really important for all of us to come into our own and discover what's important to us, and not always following others, and really instead following amazing people like Emily, or like people in World Merit, and really looking at things that are doing something to change the world and finding their interest through that. And I think that can take a lot of people far, and it can make and create a lot of happiness. If we're distracted by our passions and things like that, a lot of bad things wouldn't be happening. If we were all on the path and we all believed in ourselves that we could do something to improve the world, I think everybody would be doing that, and everything would be going a lot smoother. But for food, I would definitely say that healthy eating is a mental thing. It is a huge part of it is mental. And I believe, like, when my family and I chose to go vegan, my sister had the hardest time. And it was really interesting because we already ate fruits and vegetables, and we were pretty much that was kind of already our path at that point. But for some reason, she had so much resistance to it, because in her mind she felt like she couldn't eat anything. She felt like there was just nothing that she could do, and she had to come to her own realization after she had stopped eating meat and dairy, and then she started eating it again. She got really sick and actually had to go to the hospital. And that was the moment where she was like, okay, I don't think I'm going to eat another piece of chicken again. So it was just really interesting to see how everything, especially with food, is mental, and that you have to get through that roadblock. And even, with personal doubts or anything like that, you have to push past a certain point. And if you don't, then you're stuck where you are. And so I think for food, you have to stop thinking that vegetables aren't comfort food, because it can be. It's just that our minds at a very young age, or since whenever, we're conditioned to think that mashed potatoes are comfort food, and different things like pumpkin pie or whatever it is, and that vegetables should be looked at as a side dish and the not so amazing part of the meal. And so I think once we change that shift, because especially like us going vegan, we had to completely rethink the idea of a plate. Like it was interesting that we had to look at it like, okay, there is no side dish, there is no main dish or anything like that. Like, the plate is vegetables, and that's what's going to nourish us, and all of those things. And that's what we really try to teach in our happy classes, is that you don't have to look at things so separated. If the vegetables are the main thing, then that's what's going to nourish you. And we don't we don't force anything on people. We just are telling them that it's important to get your fruits and vegetables in every day and make it taste really good. And like you had said in the beginning, Roger, about how people don't like the taste of meat, they just like the seasonings. That's what we teach a lot of the kids. Like, most of the kids in our classes, they think that vegetables look like mushed up spinach or something like that has like no seasonings on it. And it's really also about preparation and those things. A lot of people just don't know how to cook now because of the convenience factor in this time at now. So learning how to cook is a huge step in redesigning comfort food and figuring out what your taste buds are like and what you like. And so that's the power of seasoning and even changing your taste buds. Like, for me, I stopped eating sugar about a month ago, and now everything tastes sweet to me. So it's really interesting just to see when you kind of redesign your taste buds and just open up your mind a bit, and you could change the idea of comfort food and the idea of anything, really.
Yes, I agree. I think that my experience is that once I do eat fruits and vegetables, my body sings. It's just like says thank you to me. I feel my body saying thank you. If especially if I was binging, or once I started doing the vegetarian lifestyle, is that I think that a lot of people are eating because the body is craving the nutrition that you're saying that the food is lacking. So you constantly want to eat because you still haven't got that nutrition factor. So you're always going to be hungry. Putting aside the additives that is included in the processed food. But once your body gets that nutrition, what it's been calling for, that fruits, that vegetables, your body will thank you for it. I think that's been my experience, and I always tell myself, why do I be punishing myself with the um, going through this process of, it's like I can feel it doing a process on my body. And I don't know if people are experiencing that also, or they just um, if they haven't detoxed or gone through a cleanse before, then it's they might not know what fact difference it would make by just making that shift. Can y'all tell us briefly about the process of detoxification or cleanse, and how why because I think that most people do not stick to a diet or stick to these issues because of the demons that come up, the pain that comes within that process. So if you can explain how important that that moment of cleansing is, and how to overcome that barrier, as you mentioned, Haley.
Well, the point that you made about detox is really important, and um, you know, switching to any lifestyle that is a lot different from yours, you'll definitely have an sometimes it's really extreme detox, and it's because your body is really trying to push out all of the toxins and those things. And like when we went vegan, my mom had a headache for 2 weeks straight, and it's because all of these chemicals or whatever that was being flushed out by all of the vegetables was just overwhelming her system. And so a lot of people quit at that point. They think, oh my gosh, I can't eat more vegetables, or I can't go vegetarian or vegan because it's making me sick. And no, it's just your body getting rid of the things that are actually making you sick. And I took a course with the University of Edinburgh online, and it was talking all about how people have such a hard time getting rid of toxins and just eating healthier because of yeast that's in your stomach, that gets produced by eating lots of sugary, salty, and fatty foods. And so that yeast in your stomach actually makes you crave those same foods. So you can't get rid of the yeast without breaking through that barrier. And so if you give into all of the cravings and things, it's just going to be a constant cycle, unfortunately. And it just takes place in a lot of things. I also learned that with food, especially like emotional eating or binge eating or those type of things, it gets to a point where the emotions, like even from a very young age, if you're little and you're crying and your parents said, oh, we'll go feel better and get some ice cream, you
Mhm.
immediately connect ice cream with feeling better. And so that carries on with you becoming an adult, and it's just, something crazy. I mean, the brain's amazing. So if parents are like, oh, are you sad? Let's eat broccoli, that would help a lot. So, definitely it's a lot of things that come into play, and chemicals and all of these things. It's just crazy how we have all these additives that can shut off signals in the brain and make you continue to eat even though you know that you're full. And so, I mean, I wish that there were things that could do that for vegetables and fruits, because a lot of people just already have that in their system, and it makes it super difficult to break away from that. But it's just important to want to be healthier, and I think everybody deep down wants to. It's just sometimes overwhelming when you don't know where to start and You know, that's where I come in.
All right, great, Emily. Also, yes, tell people about how to overcome that dark night of detox or cleanse. What is your thoughts on that?
Oh, I think that Haley nailed it. I think that it's all about mindset. And that's my own experience as well. And really, and education, information, as Haley said, it's like a lot of people, they're going through a detox and they think that there's something wrong, or this is actually bad for my body, I'm experiencing pain. It's like, no, your body's actually trying to push out old pain. It just now has a chance to do that. And so you got to stick through it and really trust the process and trust yourself and trust your body as well. Um, I find also I mean, the association that Haley mentioned between, oh, you feel bad, okay, that's okay, let's just have some ice cream right now, let's just have some sugar. And sugar has that very calming, like, oh, I feel better effect. But the problem is that, and especially I think in the American culture, I can't speak for other cultures necessarily, except that I do know a little bit enough about the French culture to say that they don't have this as much. And that is associating emotions with eating, or rather that the idea of stuffing your emotions or trying to fix how you're feeling with food. And the reality is that, yeah, sometimes eating certain foods can give you a quick rush, like coffee. You see a lot of adults who are addicted to coffee, and it's because it wakes them up, and for me, actually, it has a neurochemical effect. I don't drink coffee so much anymore, but it has a real neurochemical effect where literally I used to be that I would go from feeling very to all just, oh, hello, I'm alive, I'm human now, I'm awake, and I feel better. And so we tend to rely on that chemical aspect or that instant rush aspect of certain foods and certain chemicals. And of course that then gets, unfortunately, turns into also being related to chemical, like actual alcohol and drug addictions, because they have that neurochemical effect in the brain and also the effect in the gut. And I don't know, Haley, if you've learned much about this, but the connection between the gut, the creation of neurochemicals and the health of the gut, and that actually your gut, meaning your intestinal tract, the stomach and the intestinal tract, and that the healthier that is, the better you are emotionally as well, because there is that direct connection. I believe a lot of, like, serotonin, I think, I don't quote me on this because I don't know enough about it, but my understanding is that things like serotonin, which are one of those happy chemicals in our brain, are actually created in the intestinal tract. And so then when that's out of balance and off whack, then it's a lot harder for our brain to create that and for us to feel good. So there's a huge connection there. So I think that education about what exactly is happening with the body and why is hugely important, so that people can have we all can have some perspective on exactly what it is that we're going through and why we're experiencing what we're experiencing. In terms of my work, I have found that absolutely eating like sugars and coffee and different things like that, a lot of people do that as a way to try to mitigate or deal with their emotional issues that they don't feel like they know how to deal with. And that's another part too. That's where I'm a big part of the education factor here, where it's like, hey, let me tell you the truth about what's really going on inside you, beyond what a lot of other people will tell you. Because when I talk about those 3 inner demon types, that's not something I learned. That's something I discovered through talking to them directly, actually talking with my own inner demons or my own inner struggles and the struggles inside of other people, and having them tell me the truth. So it wasn't like a therapist or a psychologist or anybody else actually taught me this stuff. And so that's my role is just to help people recognize, here's what's actually going on with you. And then if someone comes to me, and I've dealt with it too, with addictive eating, and I used to be totally addicted to sugar. Oh my God, totally addicted to sugar. And then really, though, unpacking that in terms of it within myself, what's really going on in here? And why am I feeling this impulse to, oh my God, I need a candy bar, or oh my God, I need a tub of ice cream, or oh my God, I'll eat a whole thing of Oreo cookies. What is that really about? And what I've discovered in terms of myself and in terms of other people is that, and part of this was years ago, someone said to me when I said I was addicted to sugar, she said, oh, I don't even remember the woman, some random person said to me, oh, well, you're needing more sweetness in your life. And that what that said to me is that I was looking for more of the feeling of sweetness, but I was using the food, the taste of sweetness, as a proxy, as a surrogate for the feeling. And so instead of actually then relying on the food or the chemicals, it's like, well, wait, where can I experience that feeling? Haley mentioned passion, and people like Elizabeth Gilbert talk about curiosity, that actually that's a lot of where we can find the true sweetness in our lives. And once we discover that inner feeling of sweetness, and that sweetness is ignited within us, by these experiences, then we don't rely so much on food and unhealthy eating and chemicals and alcohol and drugs and things like that to do that for us. And I've also found that the one of the three M powers is called what I call the free spirit. And it's like the child inside of us that's so excited and so pleasurable and just so free and just loves life and loves everything. That as we go through our life experiences and we experience, disappointments and fear, or we don't feel safe to express ourselves, that free spirit within us becomes what I call a wounded. And so a lot of times in my experience that actually what's fueling that need, those cravings for sugar and those cravings for unhealthy eating habits, that a lot of times that's connected, directly connected with that free spirit that is felt wounded and therefore feels depressed or sad or what have you. And so then people are actually, what they're not actually dealing with is not so much an eating disorder as they need to face and embrace and love that wounded child inside of them that's been hurting, that just doesn't, that they don't know how, that they haven't known how to deal with that emotional part of themselves, and so they've just been trying to deal with it by feeding it ice cream, right? Because as Haley said, that's a lot of times what kids learn is, oh honey, here, just eat this, or oh, you're bored, here, have a snack. That constant feeding, especially in our culture, in the American culture, I've seen that it's just snacking, and trying to deal with those emotional or mental emotional states with food. And it's just, in my opinion, it's never the answer unless you truly are eating healthy, as Haley is teaching, and actually being able to address some of those chemical balances through what we eat, but through also addressing what's at the core of it, what's underneath the unhealthy habits, what's fueling that unhealthy mindset. So it's a both and, it's all of the above kind of thing. It's addressing both the physical aspect and the emotional and mental aspect within ourselves to help us really feel healthy and whole and at peace.
I agree. Thank you for sharing that. I'm sure like everyone wants to feed those three in life. We is about constant feeding those three empowers, as you meant call them, or the three inner demons, and it's making each choice is going to determine which that influence of our psyche, of our our spiritual, emotional, intellectual self is we're connecting to. And it I've opened all, I guess you always try to I guess, like with emotional eating, as you're saying, and well-being it's kind of like, who's behind door number one and who's behind door number two, who's behind door number three. And
Yep.
sometimes we find out the hard way,
Yeah.
but I mean, they all can be painful to confront when you open those doors. But then, as you mentioned on your site, that you can transform them. But I think essentially transforming them is about what we feed them. There is that parable about
The wolves, which
yes,
one
the
you
two
feed.
wolves that yes, the two wolves. We have two wolves inside of us, and the one that we feed, it'll be the alpha. And
Like,
I'm sure there's so
like the
many.
good wolf and the bad wolf or something, and it just depends on which one. Whoever wins depends on which one you feed, something like that. It's a Cherokee
Yes,
story.
yes, it
Yeah,
is. Yes, it
yeah.
is. Well, I'm hoping that many of our members, I think that this information is valuable to not just for light workers like yourself who make this your profession, but also I think that our change makers and members of World Merit can see themselves as light workers, taking on the
Mm-hmm.
challenge and taking on the responsibility to tackling the sustainable development goals. It's not going to be easy, but it's going to require transforming ourselves and our desires and passions, as Haley mentioned, that gets in our way from having a fulfillment. It is definitely going to be a challenge, but we're not alone. that is an illusion that we are alone, and just as it is an illusion that these goals are separated from each other. So the quality education is important to good health and well-being, and that's important to overcoming extreme hunger. It's just I'll be amazed when I be hearing people say that they're hungry. I mean, in our country, say that they're hungry and they just, or they say I'm starving, knowing that they just ate a few minutes ago. Not, but I understand why they say it is because of what Haley mentioned about what's actually happening in their gut, that a lot of Americans are not willing to confront. So for the last question, I really appreciate your time. I have um, one more question. I want to get your opinion on Star Wars. Emily, tell me your opinion on Star Wars before we leave, and tell us about Star Wars, and give us you give a closing message to members.
Well, I was alive when the first film came out. I was only a few years old, but my brother, his name is Ben, and he was born, I think, actually the year it came out. And so his nickname was, the character's name, the character Ben Kenobi. His official name is Obi-Wan. Well, my mother would call him Obi-Wan, so that's that was my brother's nickname when he was a kid. So we love Star Wars in my family. I'm not going to talk about the new one because I haven't seen it, and I'm not going to see it till tomorrow night. But I do have a cool story I will tell you in a minute. But in terms of Star Wars, it's actually been a big part of our lives. I mean, we're not like going to like geek fests about Star Wars, but it's such an extraordinary. I mean, I think I would say I know that the reason why it appeals to so many people around the world is because the quality of the story is epic. And actually, George Lucas studied the work of Joseph Campbell, and Joseph Campbell did a lot of study about mythologies and the hero's journey, and he wrote a book called The Hero with a Thousand Faces. So when we look at someone like Luke Skywalker, he is the embodiment of a classic hero figure, and the experiences he goes through and the transformation he goes through is, to me, so much in parallel with a lot of what we're here to do in our lives, is really experience that transformation, that transcendence, and to be able to, if you will, channel the power of the Force. The Force being an energy field, as Ben Kenobi says, in all life forms, and that we all have that within us. So it is, to me, and I actually did a whole radio show about it a few years ago, about that. I called it The Spirituality of Star Wars, and I went on for an hour, but I could have gone on for like 8 hours about all of the different meanings and the symbolisms. But I love that it taps into something really deep and really powerful within us, in terms of our own ability to be the heroes in our own lives. And I also want to tell a really sweet story. I may choke up a bit, but a dear friend of mine, he had been sick with cancer for a few months, and his wife reached out to me. He lives in Belgium, and his wife reached out to me, and she said, Dirk is dying, and his dying wish, the last thing on his list is he wants to see the new Star Wars film with his son, Tommy, who's 8 years old. And she said, contacts in the film industry, how can we do this? What can we do? And first of all, I was so upset because I didn't realize he was sick, but I said, absolutely, let's find some way. So we reached out to some different production companies. We sent emails, we posted, we did all these things. And there was another gentleman who had managed to see the film early. I don't know if you saw the hashtag Force for Daniel, but he also was dying, and he really wanted to see it early. Now, we're talking for him, it would have been like a month early. So anyway, long story shorter, we tried all these things. We did everything we could, but heard no word. I mean, nothing. Like, sent emails and everything. And I have a cousin who works at Pixar. Pixar is part of Disney. Disney owns Lucasfilm. Nothing. And so he died last Thursday. And it was extremely sad, thinking, well, we tried. We tried to make it possible for him to see the film before he died. It was the one thing he wanted. Well, 2 days ago, his wife, even though I'd been in touch with her, she had not said a word about this, but it turns out that the day he died, that just hours before, a team from Lucasfilm and from Disney came to his home in Belgium with the film, and they showed him the film early, and he died just a few hours later. That was so when I heard that, I started screaming and I freaked out. Roger and Haley, you might have seen my posts on Facebook, but the
Yes,
point is,
I'm
like,
showing everyone the actual petition.
Oh, yeah, there was a petition, and then also, yeah, Red Leader, there it is, Red Leader Star Wish. And also, I posted his wife, I shared his wife's post that showed these flowers that they also sent when they found out that he had died. Or that they sent, I'm sorry, this past week for his, he had the funeral this past week. I share that because it's so meaningful for me, and it says, like, when I heard it, I just kept screaming and crying, thank you so much. And interestingly enough, it's like it restored my faith in humanity. Not that I lost faith in humanity, but it was this moment of, oh my God, of all the requests they probably got for a similar thing, and all of their entertainment, and all of the different things that they have going on, and they went out of their way, knowing how important this story is, knowing how profoundly emotional and impactful it is for people around the world. The fact that they really honored that, and they went out of their way to honor my friend just before he died. I mean, it's just so powerful. So my point is, you asked my opinion about Star Wars, and it's multi-leveled. It's even more deeply enriched now by what, on the one hand, some people say, like, oh, God did that, and I say, well, okay, God did that, but really humans did that. And you can say God through humans if you want to, but to me it was like that humans did that for a fellow human being. It's such a gift, such a gift. So I'm excited to see the story, to see the new one, and we're gonna all get together afterwards, and we're gonna find somewhere that has Belgian beer, and we're gonna toast my friend Dirk, he's Belgian, loved Belgian beer. So Star Wars, yay! Long way of saying it.
Well, thank you for sharing that. I signed the
Yeah,
petition, and I
yeah.
believe God kept him alive long enough to see the film. So I'm just happy about that. Happy opportunity to share that story with us, and that we all partake in making miracles,
Mhm.
and that's
Mhm.
what I believe World Merit is about. That our achieving these goals will be great miracles, because many people do not believe that some of these issues can be solved. They see a darker future, and they think everything gets worse, but it's always darkest before it's dawn. And
Yeah.
we are working together to create a Meritopia.
And
Um,
I want to say something really quickly, if that's
sure.
okay, about that. I posted a few months ago that I said, a lot of these visions that we have of the future, whether it's like futuristic films, I mean, even something like, well, I would say Star Wars seems futuristic, but of course the beginning is, in a galaxy, long, long ago in a galaxy far, far away. So it's supposed to be in the past, but it just has this sort of futuristic feel to it. And I just want to say that so many of the images that we see, whether, futuristic films and such, create our future to be this very sterile environment, very like sterile and unnatural. And I say I would really, really like, from now on, for us to, when we think of images of the future, when we post images of the future, that it's not these sterile environments and these dark clouds and these, we're having to live on other planets because we screwed up our own. No, I would rather see flowing water, trees growing, organic farms, veganism and beautiful mountains and clean sky. Like, see a more beautiful future than what we have right now, as opposed to some kind of like exaggerated modern, sterile thing that I think that we typically see. So I really encourage that, that we have overcome, or rather, it's not even overcome, but embraced that dark side. Because in that dark side, and that's what Darth Vader represents, is the redemption of the dark side. That he wasn't actually all bad. That he had goodness and love and heart within him. It was never lost. And that is true for every single one of us. Absolutely. 100%. And I've worked with murderers and rapists, so I know what I'm talking. No, but really, that there's redemption, and there's goodness, there's light in all of our dark, whether we realize it or not.
Yes, I agree. And Haley, what is your thoughts on the movie? And if you wanted to share anything particular in relationship to everything we've been talking about?
Well, I wanted to touch on first what you were saying just a second ago, Emily, about the futuristic movies and things like that really don't predict a very good future at all. I think it's really important especially for people in media and film who influence a really large amount of people, to start really showing a future that we can change, something, an end product that is actually positive, that is actually showing people, not fighting against each other because there isn't enough room on the earth anymore. You know what I mean? Like, we're putting all these efforts into to change the world and all these things, and I think a lot of the movies, for entertainment wise, they're just not really positive in that sense. And I think a lot of times deep down that can almost affect people and think, oh, well, that's going to be the future, so why even bother trying to change anything? So I think that was a very interesting point. I never really had thought about that to that extent, that it's true. I've never seen a movie placed in the future about, a beautiful environment and, all those things. But sadly and almost embarrassingly, I've never seen Star Wars. I don't know. I'm like not a movie person or something, but I've never seen it, and I don't know why. I just never seen it, and I've seen all these like things about it. A lot of people are excited, and I think listening to you guys giving it a deeper meaning, I think that definitely made me a lot more interested in Star Wars, and it's not just an action film, or sci-fi or anything like that. But I've never seen it, but I think based on what I've heard about it over the past few years, I definitely agree with what you were saying, even about the light and the dark and all of those things. I think that is 100% true, and I hope to see the film soon so I can actually relate to anybody.
Well, that's great. We're gonna wrap up very soon, and because Mary, our next guest, she's with World Merit USA. She's from Syria, and I'll let her introduce herself. But she is an architect, and she's working on sustainable cities and communities, which is SDG 11. So definitely, we are gonna work together to create that Meritopia and create that vision of a future that is brighter and beautiful and embodies all of the things that we need for that, which is gardens and parks and so that people can have good health and well-being and a holistic lifestyle. Because I think a holistic lifestyle, it means living a sustainable lifestyle. And it's all of these goals are all interconnected, and we definitely have to we're learning about it collectively, learning about these goals and how to achieve that, to create that future that we see, because we can't see that from the movies. And what I would be happy if people who were equally cared about Star Wars could, because people would talk about Star Wars like it's a real phenomenon, like it's something that's actually happening in a galaxy somewhere. And I hope that as a culture, as educated people in a developing country at least, we can take time to talk about the real conflicts that's going on in the world. I hope that we can learn something from this new movie, that maybe there's a solution in that new movie on how to solve the conflicts that are currently happening. There's a conflict in Burundi is in civil, a lot of tension of civil war, and I didn't want to we don't have I didn't bring that news up now, but also we know about Syria has their conflict, and I'm gonna let Mary speak about that very shortly. I hope you ladies can stay on the call, but before that, I just wanted to mention that yes, I hope was not going to be distracted by Star Wars, um, and not just to be distracted away from the real conflict. We should equally, in a democracy, be using our voice to have public discussions about how we can change the to see an end to that war and pray for those miracles. But yes, it takes us our intervention as well, for God to intervene also, to be on our side to achieve that goal. And just one more thing I wanted to say about that was Well, yes, maybe that will come back. That comment will come back up when I introduce Mary. But I just wanted to give y'all an opportunity to say, I just want to say thank you again for joining us for
Thank
our
you.
second conference call. This is International Solidarity Day. And I hope this broadcast, this conference, this webinar will be viewed by many members. As I mentioned to you in the past, uh, that I have something called Indigo Channel, and it's just a group of members from all of the creative and global engagement teams, and we're just trying to figure out how to work together more effectively with the platform that they have given us to learn from each other, how we can support each other's goals. So I have posted the links to your websites on the YouTube chat room, and I will post that on in the chat room in World Merit again. And we do have a few comments. There hasn't been no questions, but Agnes has said she just went through your website, Emily, and she thinks it's impressively inspiring. Thank you for sharing.
Oh, thank
And she
you.
says, Mousin, he's from Bangladesh. Says, Emily, thanks for sharing your source of inspiration.
You're
And
welcome.
Agnes also wrote some cool insights there by Haley, connecting health with emotions. Great stuff. So, can I get your closing comments to all of the members of World Merit? I'll let you go first, Haley.
Well, I just want to thank you for allowing me to talk today and just have this great discussion. I would definitely say to World Merit members now and future World Merit members to join and be a part of something that is changing the world. I mean, I think it's an amazing opportunity for people to discover how they can help and um, and how they can help. I mean, I learned about World Merit because of you, Emily. So, I think it's important to share such an amazing platform and to be a part of something greater that's changing the world and changing other people's lives. And to close off, I would definitely say, now there's so many things going on in the world, and I just want everybody to know that they have the potential and they have everybody has a purpose to do something that can improve the world, and I just want everyone to take all of this excitement that they have for Star Wars and take that and do something good and actually, help others and just accept and love everybody. And, I think World Merit is a great platform to start, and even in your own communities and everything, take all of the Star Wars excitement and feelings and put that towards doing something good. And if you want to learn more about my organization, you can visit the website thehappyorg.org.
Oh, well, thank you, Haley. Please stay on the call with us, because Mary does want to to join the conversation. But Mary, do you want to say something now before I let Emily
Yes.
speak?
I just want to say thank you to both of you, and especially Haley. Like, you're talking about all this food and all this stuff, and I'm drinking my early coffee morning, and I'm saying, "Oh my God, I need this, but it's so bad." And it's like, okay, I'm changing my schedule. I have to do it now, and I was like, so, so you got me excited so much, and it's like every time I feel guilty now, like, oh my God.
Don't feel guilty. It's a process.
Yeah, it is a process, and you made me really excited about it. And seeing you is really inspired. Like, you inspire people. I'm sure you're inspiring your own family and people around you, and you're inspiring us, like as adults and older people. So I want to thank you for all you're doing, and thank you for being such an amazing inspiration for everybody. And I'm really happy to know that your father's really like better now, and I have a friend of my family. He's really old, and I'm like, all I'm thinking now is like I'm gonna introduce him to what you're doing, and he has diabetes, and it's like, yes. I didn't know earlier. I didn't have like knowledge of what you're doing or anything, but now I'm really excited to know more. And that's it. So thank you so much.
Okay,
And
well,
Emily,
yes. Well,
Thank
what I'm
you.
gonna do is, Emily and Haley, would y'all mind staying on for our interview with Mary? And then I will let y'all ask her questions because I know her already. And but if I think if I let since I'm introducing y'all to her now, I think y'all would ask her the same questions that I possibly would ask her. So are y'all interested in being part of that discussion?
of
I
course.
can stay on for a little bit. I actually just flew to Dallas. I'm here with my family right now. We flew here last night, so they're about to come down and probably make a lot of noise. I'm in my parents' house, so I don't know how long, but I'll stay for a little bit. But I do want to say before I get off, if it's okay, Roger, thank you so much for this opportunity. It's always so inspiring to meet other people and to spend time chatting with other people who are deeply passionate about making a really beautiful, powerful, healing difference in the world. And I love what Haley said, where it's that we all do it in different ways. You know, I find that so fascinating too. And as I said earlier, that we're all designed for the purpose that we're here to serve. We already have the powers within us, and that even if you're someone who is kind of like, yeah, I really like doing accounting, and you think you're not making a difference in the world, but you are through your presence. And so by shining our light and by being the presence we desire to be, and by giving our gifts that we feel called to give, we are making a difference in the world. I mean, the more joyful we feel, the more joy we bring to the world. So there's no purpose or mission or activity that's too small or too big. We're all part of this. We're all in this together. And actually, I appreciate what you said, Haley, about not having had that vision of the future, because it's true, the media doesn't really do that. And so I realized, I'm thinking to myself now, I think I'm going to either create a Pinterest board or put a section on my site or something where it's like, this is how I see the future. And this is how I think we all need to start seeing the future, in this way, as opposed to these catastrophic apocalyptic things that filmmakers put out, that it's like, if we don't clean up the environment, here's what's going to happen. I don't think that works anymore. I think that just gets in our consciousness and causes us to have a very negative, like someone, I think Roger, I guess you said, that was like, well, then why would I want to try to work towards the future if it's going to be awful? Or what you It started echoing. I don't know. Something just changed. Their sound. Yeah. Okay. There it is. But anyway, that it's like, let's have visions of the future that are positive, so that we know what we're working towards, as opposed to what we're trying to get away from. Right. So anyway, I like that more positive perspective, and I think I'm going to do something around that. So thank you for you encouraged me in that, Haley. But Roger, I also want to thank you for everything you do. You are so passionate. You're such a fabulous activist, and putting these calls together and everything. And I want to ask too, if I'm not able to stay for much longer, how can I view Mary's video, Mary's conversation? Are you going to post it on World Mary? Is there a link? Can you?
Well, yes, the link that's in the that I may have sent you, but I can send it to you again. This YouTube link, it'll be
Okay.
there. So yes, it's live and it's going to be able to play back later.
Okay, good.
But I definitely going to try to edit it so that our conversation, that members can just view them in segments.
Yeah.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you.
You can feel free to text me or talk to me, and you can
Oh,
find me on Facebook and on World Merit. I really thank you for all your talk about the demons, and I think your family's awake already.
Yeah, I've been coming
Happy
down,
holidays.
and then there are 3 dogs and a cat that have been coming up. Now here's Basil here. Basil, say hi to everybody. He hasn't seen his, what am I, Auntie Emily? He hasn't seen his Aunt Emily in a while, so he's a bit excited. We came in really late last night, so hi. We came in really late, so I haven't seen most of my family yet. So they're all. But anyway,
time.
yeah. But I really want to hear about what you're doing.
Thank you.
I love it. So anyway, sorry, keep going.
Well, thank you for joining us, Emily. We're going to stay connected, and this is just the beginning. I just wanted members to get an idea of the vision for 2016, all that amazing pictures and ideas that you have for that Meritopia that we want to create. Post that on your World Merit page. That is what World Merit Community is for.
Okay.
So Um,
Okay, and maybe I
join.
can have it so that we can add or something,
Yeah.
people can add to it, right?
Yes. Haley has a Happy Global Network group, so we're trying to make that more active. I think that for this generation, millenniums, discussion groups is not our thing. It's not real. We love live interaction, so that's why I created these media sessions for people to connect, and then this multimedia experience so they can play back and listen to. No one really wants to read what everyone was saying and all of these other things. So I'm just going to try to make this as interactive and engaging and innovative as possible. So we're going to do this every month. However, for World Merit USA, we're going to try to do this, every month or every other month, so that we stay connected as a team for our happy campaign and happy kitchen and good health and well-being, because that is important to us, and we need to bring that message out to the members. So join that SDG 3 group, and you can post and join SDG 11. That's where Mary's in that group with sustainable communities, and we stay connected and empower each other, because together we be stronger, mover, changer, mover, shaker, change makers. Yes, and that's my World Merit quote. Together we are stronger.
Yes.
And well, yes. So thank you. You can stay on or join. Okay, so I'll let Mary introduce herself, and I'll let you have the first question at her, Emily.
Oh, okay.
So Mary, yes, introduce yourself to everyone.
Yes. Hey everyone. My name is Mary Shufan. I am 23 year old. I am an architect, but actually I had 2 months to graduate. I haven't graduated because I came here to the United States after being selected to participate in SUSI, Study of the United States Institutes, in a civic engagement program for leaders from the Middle East and USA. After coming here, I expect to stay for a month in Miami University in Ohio, and it wasn't really safe for me to go back home. I still have my sister, my parents back home in Damascus, Syria, and I had to stay here in the United States after like it was a sudden and like last minute decision. I stayed here with some friends of my family in Florida in Jacksonville. um, I had 2 months to graduate. I postponed my graduation project to the next semester, so I would be eligible for SUSI, which I was so excited about, and which was one of my best like experience in life. Um, so yeah, everything happens really fast, and now it's I sit in the United States. I had no choice in order to stay but to apply for asylum. I applied, and for this process, you have to have a lawyer and like official representative. I couldn't afford it, and I couldn't in a short time. I couldn't find someone would help, like free or anything, and I'm on my own. And it's like you have to be strong and you have to act. So I read about it. I read how things happen. I met some amazing people. I was staying before in Virginia at my best friend's house, and she introduced me to some people who already applied to asylum, so they've been a big help to me. Um, I stayed and applied alone, and whenever like anybody know that you applied alone, you're gonna be denied for sure. And I was like, oh my God, I hope not. I have no other place to go. So if I'm if I'm denied, that's gonna be a big problem. Anyway, everything's going really slow because it's such a slow process with immigration, and I can't blame anybody. I know there's a million people. I don't know how the number for sure, but a lot of people doing what I did or been in my situation. So I don't know how things go. Long story short, now I'm in Jacksonville, and I the thing about asylum here, I want to talk more to whomever watching this video to know better. In the United States, it's a slow process, and it's like after you apply, you can't have your work permit, but after 5 months, which I still have like 70 days, which is a disaster because it's like you're staying in a place and you can't work, and it's like, I don't know, but in my opinion, it's some wrong rules and it's some really slow rules that has to be changed, and I hope it changed with a lot of people coming and have no other choice than other than stay. So now what am I doing? It's like I'm really excited about World Merit, and as an architect and as what's going on in my country back home, I am really passionate about sustainable cities and communities. I want you to be a part of what's going on in a good way, and I want you to be an inspiration for all the people who might help, who can help, and a lot of people who have a wrong idea about refugees. Like refugees, like me, I'm seeking a good life, I'm seeking safety, and I'm seeking a good education. So I know that, and I've been asked like, oh, you don't seem like a Syrian refugee, and it's like, or you don't seem, or you don't seem Arabic, or you should like wear something, or I don't want to be offensive to any other religion or whatever. It's like I want to tell people that okay, we have Syrian refugees, we have different religions, we have like Muslims, Christians, and we used to have some Jews. We like it's not. We were talking about the media and how things are stereotyping. Yes, it's like all the I know that everybody's now whenever they're saying Syrian, even the people I am saying with, it's like they've been talking to me and saying, Mary, like whomever's asking you, don't tell them you're Syrian. I was like, why? And it's like, because it's dangerous and we're really afraid of you. Okay, I understand that. I understand that, and it's like I really appreciate it, and they're old, and I'm staying with them, and they're like friends, and they're so generous they're letting me stay. But at the same time, okay, I understand you're afraid and all this stuff, but at the same time, it's like I can't deny, and I've tried, and I'm really, sometimes you get these people that that they're not okay with that, and then ask you, and it's like I couldn't say anything, but I'm Syrian because I am, and I'm proud, and I know that there's a lot of things happening, but it's bad, and it's like nothing to do with people like me or other refugees. However, all I'm doing now is trying to put my life together, or it's like it is together, but it's like I need to move on to the next step. I won't be able to go to college or to work until I have my work permit, which is like 70 days away, and hope not more. And that's it. I don't like that's me right now. I am with World Marriage. You can find me there, and on Facebook. And I am also working online with Al Hal website. It's a Syrian news independence website. I am their graphic designer, and yes. So, and if you are like interested in seeing my portfolio, I can send it to you for sure. And that's me.
Yay!
Thank you.
I'm curious about. Oh, I'm getting some echoing. Does anybody have their volume up? Okay. I think that's better. Okay, I'm curious, Mary, about, you say that you're an architecture student and you also do graphic design.
Yes.
What do you love about it? What do you love about either both or one of those? What is it that lights you up?
Okay, I want to tell you about my journey, how I became passionate about architecture.
Okay.
Before the war started in Syria, I was 18 years old, and I was like just finished high school, and I am a volunteer in Legion Maria since I was 12. Legion of Mary in English. It's an association with the Catholic Church that's spread all around the world. It's been founded in Ireland in 1921, and it's spread all over the world. I was since 12 years old volunteering that. I was volunteer also with the Missionary of Charity, Mother Teresa. So when I was 18, a priest I know and a good friend, actually of my parents too, he told me, Mary, we have refugees from South Sudan. and I want you to help, and they're coming on this date. And I was like 18, and I was like, oh my God, what is that? Like, I used to help people in like elderly home, I used in orphanage, but I've never been involved in such a like far and different culture. So I was like, okay, I'll be there for sure. And all my in my head is like, oh my God, what if I'm bad at this? What if like they're coming from war? I didn't know what does that mean. I was 18. I was living in peace, and like there wasn't. I have no idea about war, but what my mom told me. My mom's Lebanese, and she ran from Lebanon after the civil war in the 70s. So all I know that is like I find my mom crying sometimes, and she tells me like she misses her home and all this stuff, but it's like I've never tried it. So I said, okay. I went there and I worked, or I've been volunteer and with these children for 5 years, for like the last day before I came here. And when I was 18, I didn't like choose my major yet, but I knew that I want that because it's the whenever like we're talking to kids or wherever like we're educating them and we're helping them to get involved in the Syrian culture and the Syrian society, you hear the word like home and the missing home, and you know, and it's like where I'm gonna go home, or whenever they draw this, and I saw that this is no much like there's nothing more humanitarian than giving something that the definition of called home. So that's when I started, and I continued my other voluntary work with the elderly home, and I started to notice that too. Whenever like you put people together in the old people, when you put them together for dinner or whatever, they interact more, and they like when you don't put each of them in one room, and if they can't move or anything. So this idea started to get bigger and bigger in my head, and I knew that all I want is to be an architect and to be able to give people the space they need, or the space or the place they need to stay in, or to interact in, or to meet in. And that's when I started to read more. That's when I told my parents, okay, I'm going for architecture. And my mom, like, she wanted, oh no, you're gonna study pharmacy, and back home pharmacy is a big thing. So I said like, no, I am going for architecture for sure. So that's when I started, and the thing that I fall in love, like whenever like you fall in love with something and you can't drop it, and whenever you talk you can't stop, like people would beg you to stop talking about it, and like your friend's gonna be so bored all the time because all you say is like this architect and that architect, and it's like it's passion, and it's my passion. So yeah. Yes, and I'm really like I feel I don't know, I may feel bad, but Roger always tell me don't feel bad, don't feel bad, because it's better that I dropped my graduation project, which I already started, and and the first phase, we have 2 phases to graduate. On my first phase, I got the grade of 92 of percent. Yes, so it's like yes, even my professor was so upset that I told him it's just for a month. I'm coming back. I'll graduate next semester. So if you're listening, Dr. Mahmoud, so I'm really sorry, and I really miss you. So yeah, that what happened. Yeah. So it is like killing me now, seeing all these Syrians and all these people without a home, and I am now like myself without a home. Like I'm staying with people now, and now I can get it. So yes, 5 years of war taught me what does that mean, and seeing all these people, a lot of my friends lost their homes. I myself lost 13 of my colleagues and friends when there was bombing on my university on 28 March of 2013. So yeah, if you Google that, it was on New York News Time, I think, and yes, so it's like I'm really sorry that we had to experience what I already been trying to help other refugees to get out of. So yes, 5 years of war taught me, and my focus was on people from South Sudan refugees and on Syrian refugees, because I live in Damascus, which was considered as a safe place in the first 3 years. So all the people come from other provinces. to Damascus, and they stayed in schools, and schools were not even like prepared to have all these people. It's like just classes, and in every class you can find 2 or 3 families living together, because it's like a crisis, and um, we have to deal with it at the last minute. So yeah, at 2014, I also started my Presidium in Legion of Mary for teenager volunteers, and it was called Mother of Mercy too. And these people were such amazing people who all were volunteer to help refugees from other provinces in Damascus. So yeah, I talk a lot about all this stuff.
No, thank you for sharing that, Mary.
You're
I hope
welcome.
and believe that
You.
the two of y'all can connect.
Yeah.
I talk to Mary every day. However,
Oh.
I can't be a sister to her. I think she needs an American sister,
Thank you, thank you.
and I hope that you can be her American sister.
Emily, this be amazing.
Sweet. Yeah, well, thank you so much for sharing your story. I'm so sorry for all of the loss that you've experienced. And I can only imagine how scary it must be to be here, and it's like you're waiting for these papers and you're waiting for this government, the US government to do this and that. And, I'm grateful that you have a place to live at the very least. And I know, though, that this period of your life, you're going to look back and say, wow, I didn't know what I was doing or where I was going to go or whatever. But that you'll be a successful architect or wherever your passions take you, and you're going to look back and say, it's okay, it's all worked out.
Thank
And
you.
that you've learned and grown so much from it. So
Thank you.
yeah,
Do
I
you
have to
have
go because my family's all downstairs. I gotta go say hello to them. But to everyone, thank you, thank you, thank you. And
Thank
we'll be
you,
in
Emily.
touch.
Okay.
All right. Well, thank you for joining us, Emily.
Bye.
Thank
Happy
you.
holidays.
Bye, Haley. See you soon.
Bye bye. See ya.
Bye.
Hey, Haley, do you have a question for Mary?
Well, I definitely first wanted to just comment on your story. I mean, gosh, I mean, it's amazing that you're pushing through it, and you're really resilient and determined, and I can see the passion when you're talking about it. So I mean, I definitely know that you mean well, and that you'll definitely overcome all these obstacles, and um, it's really inspiring to hear your story and how you got here. But it really makes me upset that a lot of people were just stereotyped by just the way we were born. I mean, there's nothing that we can change about that, and I think that we should all be accepted no matter where we're from. I mean, every single human being that's born is born with the best intentions, and I think that we can't judge anyone based on anybody else's decisions or actions. I mean, even for me being African American, there's a lot of stereotypes around that. I mean, a lot of people, they tell me, oh, you don't act black or whatever that means, or, so it's something that I can relate to in a sense about all the stereotypes, and I think everybody who's listening know that those stereotypes don't define who you are, and it doesn't limit or do anything to the amount of potential that you have, and it only makes you unique and different, and not everybody can be the same, and that's what makes the world amazing. And so it's really incredible to hear your story and just how you've gotten through this, and I'm really, really sorry that about all of the terrible experiences that you've had to endure. And I wish that the immigration process would go quicker, but my family, they're immigrants too, and that's what makes up countries. And so, I know that for sure one day we'll all hopefully come together, and we just need more good people like you and me and Emily and everyone on World Merit and Roger. So, it's really, really inspiring. And I'm actually working with refugees this week, or this upcoming week, for my birthday. We're doing an event where we give out little gifts to the kids who are staying in this apartment complex in Arizona where we can give them gifts and they can have a nice meal together and they can just kind of try to enjoy the holiday season. And a lot of them, are just getting here and they're just getting adjusted. So we're really excited about that. And your story has inspired me to work with more refugees and to just share all this knowledge with everyone because everybody deserves it and everybody deserves kindness, love, and equal opportunity to live a happy life. So you're definitely inspiring me. And I did want to ask what would be after you graduate and all those things. What would be your first step? Like, what would be the first thing that you would try to do?
First of all, thank you. And Haley, I have faith in me that it's all gonna pass. So really, thank you for all your words, and thank you for your work with the refugees. And I hope it all pass. And maybe we can talk and say, remember our first talk, and we're talking about this. My first step, yes, my first step would definitely be if the war is stopped, in Syria, it would definitely be building a new Syria, in my vision, and building new homes, because a lot of people fleeing Syria, a lot of and especially educated people, because they're finding more opportunities to go out of the country. So it's whenever the war stops, Syria needs all the educated people to come back and build it, because without education we can't reach anywhere. That's first. Second, if it's not stopped, and we can't bet on when it's gonna stop, because obviously it's been 5 years and it won't stop any time soon. So it's my focus on sustainable cities and communities is to find a way to help Syrian refugees wherever they are. To make if it's tents where they're staying in the first place, if we can there's a lot of projects in my mind, from a tent which can it's a better quality one where they can stay for their in it temporary, or to move to other prepared houses and complexes, and how we can do that. So I hope the war stops, and whatever we want, it won't be temporary, it won't be permanently, and it's we can go back and build it from the scratches. And that's what I hope, really, in my heart, in my mind. But if it doesn't, my focus would be on Syrian refugees wherever they are, because they're everywhere. I know from my friends when I talk, it's all over the globe, in Europe and in USA, all in Canada, everywhere. So yes, I need to, or I wish the war stops really soon. So all our goals, or our tiredness, and our tries to be in Syria and not out of it. So yeah, that's my focus, and that was all I'm thinking of all the time, and that's what all my passion I want to put in. I want to put in refugees wherever they are, and whomever they are.
Okay, well, great. That's
Thank you.
thank you. That was a great question, Haley. I guess I was thinking that we have a few more minutes. I had scheduled the call to originally the conference to be last until 11 o'clock, and then when I had removed one of the segments from one of the members that was supposed to participate. I thought we was going to conclude at about 10 o'clock. So, but it's good that we still made it, had enough time. So we still have 10 more minutes.
Yes.
Is there anything that you ladies would like to talk about before I conclude?
I want to add something. I want to add, yes, as long as we're talking about SDGs and SDG 1, when I'm talking about building or rebuilding or whatever, or as long as people can watch this, we have to start from a sustainable community. And whenever we're talking about sustainable cities, that word is really big. And whenever we say city, it's the first thing it comes to our minds is big place, and it takes 4 years to build it. So no, we're gonna reach there. We're gonna reach there by starting by our sustainable communities, as long as if it's with refugees or other people you're helping, or with your own family, at home. and what the meaning of sustainability is like where you're developing in a good way for you and for others. So what Haley doing is sustainable because it's like uh, she's rescuing all these animals, and she's pushing people to go and encouraging them to go vegan. That is sustainable because everybody's winners, you know. So we have to start from there, and I'm really excited about World Merit, about Merit 360, talking about all this sustainability, because without these goals and without working on these things, we can't reach anywhere. So yeah, and that's like a part of my answer to you, Haley. Before we're doing anything, we have to educate all people around the globe about the sustainable communities and how they can become together, how can all the diversity in them become like one. And I'm sure that all the people in Europe, they're like all the Syrian refugees there or whatever, any other country refugees, they're really like new idea for them, or new people or new experience. So part of sustainable community is accepting diversity and be a part of it, and in a good way. That's the impact of affect other uh, generations in a good way, and I'm sure that will happen. So yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Did you have any other questions for Mary, Haley?
Well, I want to ask, is your family okay? I mean, I just wanted to make sure about that.
Well, Haley, the thing in Syria is you don't know when it's okay. The first 2 years, Damascus was a safe place. And by safe place, I say that, yes, we only heard what's happening, and people from other provinces and other areas of the country came in suburbs. Last 3 years, no, it was bombing, and the thing is, you don't know. Like where my parents live, supposed to be a really good neighborhood, but you don't know. Like I remember, like last year, we stayed 12 days in a row at home because there was shelling and bombing, shelling on our neighborhood, so we couldn't go out of the door. So the thing is, you can't say where it's safe or not, and you just pray and hope they're safe, and you talk to them like every 2 hours just to make sure everything's all right, and that's it. And don't go to the news because it's gonna make you stressed out, and you won't know the truth ever. So I only like have my positive energy to send them and my prayers. And no, I don't know. Like I love to think they're safe, but the thing is, you can't know when it happens. So I don't have an answer to that. I'm sorry.
Well, no, that was a good
Well, no,
question.
that was a good
Thank you
question.
for
Thank you
asking.
for asking.
And
Yeah. And
Yes, yes, Haley.
there's something else you want to
There's
say,
something else you want
Haley?
to say? Yeah, I was just gonna say that of course I'm thinking about your family and everyone's family around the world who, is going through something crazy. I mean, everyone should be extremely grateful for, everything that we're able to be safe right now and be able to be on this conference and all these things. And I just sending my best thoughts to everyone and in the world really who's going through all these crazy things. And um, I really do hope your family is safe and
Thank you.
that the war stops very soon because war doesn't create peace. That's all you have to. That's all I can say.
Well,
Yeah.
I agree. And we definitely um, want all the members to send a prayer out for the end of this war and think of solutions. We want to use World Merit chat room to have a discussion about all of these issues because, as Zita mentioned, as I talked about earlier in the call, that they are paying attention. And otherwise, it's going to be business as usual. And we already know how stubborn and how set in their ways they are. Um, the older generation, the world leaders are. It's a difficult, complicated situation, and unless we get involved, then we give them hope to explore new solutions. And I really believe that we can achieve this. We can bring an end to this collectively. Maybe it might need 100, 300 World Merit members to actually go to Syria and to make them stop the madness.
God, I hope so. I hope if it's what it takes, I would go now.
It takes courage. It takes courage on not just on one person, but us as a collective, to have the courage to challenge ourselves for new solutions and challenge ourselves to create that future that we desire and build up that desire for a better world and a better future. And I believe that yes, you were brought here, Mary, to learn how to from us and for us to learn from you, so that we can create that future merit in your city, to rebuild your city. And definitely, we will. You have World Merit USA behind you all the way to helping with your efforts. So the Happy organization and Happy Kitchen campaign as a national campaign, as well as a Syrian refugee. Together, we can create a campaign that nationally can be supported.
Yes, yes, I hope so. I hope so, big time. Like, yes.
Absolutely.
Well, yes, those are the two main national campaigns that I want us to develop and work on for 2016. And thank you for joining our first major call. It's time flies by so much, and I wish I didn't change the time. I hope there's people who didn't join because they thought the call ended. Originally, I designed for International Solidarity Day. I wanted it to be the sort of like the World Merit Anniversary. So for like 12 hours, every half hour, they was highlighting each country office. And with that, we was able to that was for like 12 hours. And so it was so inclusive. Members were getting involved. And that's what I wanted ideally for today. So I try to stretch it out as long as possible to have as much participation. However, we would probably need a few more hours for that to actually take place. We had so much to talk about from both of you ladies and Emily. I'm just happy that we was able to take action at the last moment. That's what it takes. Um, that's what it's going to take to achieving these goals, for people to find out how to take action immediately. So, before we conclude, there's a member that wants to join us. I'm going to give him the link so that he can join us, as well as I'm going to share the World Merit Manifesto. And so just give me one moment while I send this link to the member online, World Merit, right now. And yes, if anyone else wants to join the conversation and has questions for Mary or Haley, here's your opportunity to join in right now. So, the World Merit Manifesto. I'm going to just read that for you ladies and everyone real quickly. If you haven't seen it or if you haven't heard it, it is not for us to relax or slow, nor stop, nor drop to weakened knee when faced with odious inequality. Not for us the morning of dated dreams that mock and rebuke the last nights of life, nor for us a cowering retreat from menacing medieval traditions or simplistic, mistaken doctrines that render many unable. No, no, my friends, for us it is the opportunity to strive for goals, to meet aspiration with full, unhindered determination. It is for us to seek all potential unshackled, to ensure those with ambition are released from inequity or insecurity. It is for us to lead the determined to others of merit and see that together they reach their fullest height. We will fight those who dare challenge our right to endeavor towards dreams. We will rise as a community of citizens to meet global issues, including those that grow to daunt us. And we will work for a world of merit. We will achieve. That's the World Merit Manifesto, and that's our vision for achieving our Meritopia. And this is our manifesto for our Meritopoly. I believe that we have the opportunity to be the leading source and community for the Sustainable Development Goals, taking action, providing opportunities for the public to take action, as well as for the news on all the amazing things that people are doing and organization and the road forward. What do you ladies think about the manifesto?
I think it's a definition for world merit and what it's for all the people who like whenever like we think about world merit, we think about these words and these goals and how we all come together and become like working for the goals like just like as one, working as one to achieve these goals. And so yeah, I think it's just the definition. It's just like telling the story of all these people and what they're working on this platform. That's my opinion.
Well, great. Also for 2016, we definitely, as I mentioned, we're gonna work to create Syrian refugee empowerment type of campaign, as well as the Happy Kitchen for World Merit USA. But also, we want to have some international events also. And what I will show you right now, that there's some days that we definitely want to take action collectively, not just in the USA, but also the internationally. And so December 20th, as you see, it's Human International Solidarity Day, and that's why I asked everyone to join this call. For January, and also World Merit, we focus on each of the Sustainable Development Goals. So we definitely want to come up with a day of action for January, which is quality education. February 6th is gender equality. For March 22nd, there's clean water and sanitation. That's what we're focused on World Merit. And it's also March 22nd is World Water Day. April 22nd is renewable energy. That's the SDG for April. And April 22nd, as you may know, is Earth Day. So we probably want to try to schedule some planetary screenings for that day, especially if if your country office hasn't shown planetary. May 21st, we want to focus on good jobs and economic growth. June 23rd for infrastructure and innovation is also Public Service Day. That's June 23rd. So if you don't get to take action on any of those days that I highlighted, February 6th, March 22nd, April 22nd, May 21st, or June 23rd, yes, please, on June 23rd is Public Service Day. We want to be able to take all of your documentation, everything that you've done on that day, and include that in our Merit 360 presentations when we get to the United Nations. And as you know, July 24th is World Merit Day. So we will have events worldwide, and we have country offices in 100 countries, and we're growing. And hopefully by July 24th, we have over 100,000 members, and we can have a remarkable event. Haley, can you tell me real quick about your conversation with Marlu? Did y'all talk about your participation in Merit 360?
Yeah, sadly we didn't have the Skype meeting. I think there was an issue with the time zones because I had gone on and sent her a request on Skype and then nothing happened. So I think we had an issue with the time. But I definitely just came up with a lot of new ideas after having this conversation. So definitely want to talk to you about that later.
Okay, great. Well, everyone, Haley, even though she is too young to participate as a to be a Merit 360 participant on the SDGs, I have proposed the idea to World Merit staff of her being a chef for that day to cater for us at Merit 360. So we're gonna just have some great healthy foods available to us, and that will be the great opportunity.
And great
Now,
to meet you too. To meet Haley, like that's amazing. It's
yes,
amazing
Haley
to
is an
hear.
upcoming rock star chef, and she's definitely doing amazing things. I'm just so proud to have you on our team. You're an inspiration to me, and
Me
I
too.
hope you can be to so many people as we roll out our national campaign here in the West. Um, and we can generate a lot of support for the World Merit as well as for happy.org. Also, we just joined on our call is a member from, I think, Asia, Mohammed. Are you there? Mohammed, if you, hey, introduce yourself. Well, you seem to be online. We can't hear you. Well, just feel free to jump in at any moment. Um, because we're about to close the call, but we'll wait a few more moments for you. And we currently don't have any other questions. Apologize, Agnes, for missing your question. Oh, and you're still online. Agnes had a question for Mary saying, "What keeps you from going those times when you hit bottom low?" So Haley, I'll let Haley start with that question since Emily isn't here. And I mean, I think a lot of adults think that what do children have to be stressed about? What do children have to be depressed about? But I'm sure Haley, you know something about happiness that a lot of people haven't experienced from because they don't live in such a positive environment or community at home. So can you tell us when you have moments of feeling discouraged or you see other children who are discouraged? Um, how do you encourage yourself? How do you encourage others?
Well, I think for me, I mostly encourage myself, and I think I encourage others because I know that there is just so much unlimited potential in a lot of people, and I think that it's just sometimes sad to see that go to a waste because of unfortunate situations and things like that. And so I think for me, I have to be grateful for what I have and what I'm lucky to have, and to take that opportunity and do something about it. I think it would be selfish and wrong if I just, sat here and didn't try to help others, become the happiest that they could be or find their passion or become healthier or any of those things because I have all of this information that helps my life and I think it can help others. And so that's what motivates me. It motivates me seeing kids in our programs and classes learn about nutrition and health, and when you kind of see the light bulb go off in their heads, that pushes me to inspire more kids to eat healthier and learn about nutrition. And I think that that's really the driving force. I mean, so many people just don't know about how they can really take health and put it in their hands, and I think that really motivates me. The statistics about health and nutrition and that kids are getting diabetes and those things push me as well because I could have easily gotten heart disease or become obese or something like that if I hadn't learned about what I did when I did. And so um, that definitely pushes me to keep on doing what I'm doing. And I think for other people to try to find positive scenarios is just to have hope and to believe in yourself that you can do something and be something greater than your situation. And I think, with that, having a more optimistic outlook is better than having a pessimistic outlook. Um, what happens that I was learning in the brain is that, when you're thinking negative thoughts, it completely rewires your brain. And I think it's just important for us to try to stay as positive as possible and to be as hopeful as possible that, things will turn around, people will come around, and that we can all finally just, live together happily and with our purpose and passions. And I think we just have to, start with ourselves. That's really where it all starts, with ourselves, and just to believe in ourselves and believe in others and to share positivity with other people, because putting others down and those things don't spread positivity or any of those things. Putting others down only highlights insecurities of that person. And I think it's just important for all of us to lift each other up and do the best we can to do that. And I think that will help a lot. I mean, sometimes it's hard to even engage with other people and to get that sense of community that we're looking for. And I think we had touched on it a little bit, just to know that we're not alone and that there are people who are looking to change the world too. And I think that's really important, and just to keep on putting your important message out there and to keep on going at it and not to get frustrated, and just know that what you're doing will eventually make an impact. Like in our organization, for the first few years, it was really hard to get anybody to sign up for anything. We would do events that were amazing, and we wouldn't get a huge turnout. And it's just a road bump that you have to get past, and you have to just build up your experiences and make that, give you strength. And I think it's just important to get past that point, and then you'll really find, a community of people who actually want to care and, and are looking forward to learning and all of those things. So
Okay, well, great. Thank you. I think that, yes, you're a great inspiration to me, and I think to many members when they listen back to this call, they will definitely be inspired to do more. And however we can to support you and encourage you, we will. I know that, yes, we have talked about getting members to participate on this platform, but a lot of members do not understand what World Merit is. So that's why I created this conference, so that they understand that the groups are for engagement, are for people who do really care about these issues. And we can have a great time having these conversations also. So thank you. We are here for you, big sister. You're our big sister when it comes to health and well-being. I want us to definitely, I believe in the healing of the nations, and I believe that with your happy campaign, you definitely can transform that. I have a question for you, Haley. Have you seen the movie Ghostbusters?
yes, I did when I was very little. Yeah.
Oh, because if you remember, it was like when the woman Sigourney Weaver had got the ghost had came to her, she was in her kitchen, and the food was like cooking itself on the counter, and then she looks in the fridge and all the monsters were in the fridge. And then the guy next door who got possessed, he was into health food. He was having a party for selling health food products, and the thing started chasing him. So ultimately, the message that I learned from it, it was and in the end, who came to destroy the city was the Marshmallow Man. So ultimately, the real monsters in this world is the things that we consume. And that's a deep, dark secret that not everyone is willing to confront. But to being happy, to avoid being depressed, a lot of these things are linked to our diet. to our, as you said, the positive thoughts that we have that wire our mind. A lot of it has to do with the food that we consume. But without getting into a philosophical, esoteric conversation about how our food connects us to everyone and our thoughts, and it's energy. It's all energy, and it is what connects us and makes us human, makes us compassionate, makes us excited, makes us angry, and definitely we want to avoid. We want to stay happy. We want to pursue happiness, and I believe that everyone who is participating from extreme hunger and who's living with extreme poverty deserves to be happy. That's a human right, and we definitely want to give them the information to avoid to overcome those aberrations and to avoid and to know that there is a journey. It's a painful journey at first, as you talked about when you're detoxing or cleansing, but that is necessary to the process of healing and then to reaching happiness. So we have some two new members. I had opened up the conversation to other members, and before I do, I guess let's ask Mary before. Hey, Ruben, are you still there? Well, Ruben, you're there, but we can't hear you. Agnes, have you joined us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Hi, Agnes. Yes, we can hear you.
Hey, hey, all.
Well, hi, Agnes. And
Yeah.
so, yes, I asked. I don't know if you heard the question. It was your question that you had posted to the group of how do we overcome the lows. And Mary, I know that it's our heart is open to you, and however we can help, we are willing to listen to you and want to support your goals and support your journey here in America. But tell us, how do you deal with the lows that you've encountered over the few months since you've been here in America?
But actually, like the past 4 months were the hardest, was the hardest time I've ever been through. What keeps me going and what keeps me want to do more and to be a better person, a better architect, help more is two things: having hope and feeling responsible. Like having hope of tomorrow gonna be better, and the war would stop, and other people would understand and open their minds, open their eyes, open their hearts to other people, and to feel their pain and to know what they're going through, to help, to be engaged, take step forward and take action, feel responsible. And I know that a better tomorrow would not come alone. Like we have to work for it, and we have to do what we have to do to get there and to make our the vision in our heads complete. And it would not complete just by sitting there and hoping for it. So that's when it comes the feeling, the responsibility feeling. Like I feel responsible because I feel like I can empower people like Haley does. Haley empowers people to be healthier and to be like more educated about all the things they're going through their lives. I feel responsible for people who lost their voices or are not heard, even if it's in Syria or it's out of Syria or refugees everywhere. Because I've been there and I know what they're going through. So and I want to be in a better place where my voice will be heard, and I know I have to make people hear it and to speak out loud. So that feeling of being responsible for all these people is scary and it's big, and you have to know that you have to be like you have to be right, you have to talk, you can't miss anything, and you can't miss like other people experience or what they're going through. Like I've been refugees in camps because I was in Syria, I came here. I didn't experience that, but I know what is that because I know people were there, and I feel like responsible for these people and to let the message go through all the ears and to be known and to be seen. So hope and responsibility are the magic words that make me like waking up every single day, working on myself, working on what can I do about it. So that's that's what helps, and that what keeps like pushing me forward.
Okay, great.
Thank
Well, we have Agnes from World Merit Kenya on the call. Thank you for joining us. Hey, you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, hi, my name is Agnes from Merit, Kenya. I'm pretty much excited to see all of you here and doing a lot of great things. Actually, I'm just so inspired by the ladies there. As in, for me, it has always been a question, and to me, it is. It has always been a question: how do we start? When do we start? And where do we start? And hearing from you guys, you've really motivated me, and I think this is our time to go out there and make the change that we want to see in the world. And for that, hail good work on the happy kitchen, and also Mary. I can see what you guys are going through. I think I'm having the same experience with the people from Burundi. I really don't know what is happening there, but we need an action done. As in, there are too many people out there suffering, and I think that it's time that we all came together as one union and deal with the issues that are ahead of us. So thank you very much for sharing your stories, and we hope that out of those stories we are going to be the light that drives that urge to change the world out there in the world.
thank you, Agnes.
Well, thank you. Agnes, tell us about World Merit Kenya and how many members have you currently been corresponding with? And then tell us about Malayalam Initiative.
Okay. About World Merit Kenya, I think it's about to be active. Actually, yes, we've already started some two projects about World Merit Kenya, and successfully we have seen growth out of the few members that have come to meet. And also now that I'm on the process of delivering my documents, I'll be studying in for our previous World Merit Kenya representative, so I'll be replacing her come next year, and hopefully we hope to grow. We are hoping to have a great year 2016. So currently, I've been in touch with like four guys who have been like connecting because now I already have their emails, and we are planning on doing great come 2016. So watch out for Merit Kenya.
All right.
uh,
Definitely.
yeah.
We are. We are. Are you attending Merit 360?
Yeah, I yeah, I did the interview and I passed, but I didn't manage to raise the money in time. Although I'm planning to like get in touch with somebody, see how that I can make if I can be able if I can be accepted again. But that one I'll tell you if I'll be making it to Merit 360. About Nyaleke initiative, well, we've been active for the last 1 year. About Nyaleke initiative is an organization whereby we want to motivate children in terms of advocating for their rights, in terms of access to education, health, and also motivating the youth on how to take on entrepreneurship. So currently, we've been engaging with street children, whereby we are trying to advocate for their rights, access to shelter, access to food, and access to education. So far, so good. We've been growing, and we've received massive support from other organizations out there, and we purpose to make the organization to be great and also to impact the society.
That's great. We have some new members in the conversation, and I want to give them an opportunity to introduce themselves also. We have well, we could go in order. Methan, do you want to join the call and introduce yourself? He wrote, "Hello, Mary Haley. How are you? I'm a new Merida here and want to do something change in Bangladesh." I think that was one of his chat room comments, maybe. And we have our sister Puput from Indonesia. Hi, Puput.
Hi all.
Well, thank you for joining us. Puput is one of the office representatives of the number one team in World Merit, and she is one of our heroes, and everyone should know who she is and what they are doing. Hey, introduce yourself.
Okay, thank you so much, Roger. Hello everyone. My name is Putri. You can call me Put. I'm from Indonesia and I'm the city representative of Fort Meritopia. Nice to
Okay.
meet you all.
Wait. Can everyone hear? Can Mary Haley? Can you hear her?
I hardly can. Like,
Oh yeah, we can't hear you. Can you like raise the volume?
Yeah, it's a little muffled, but I have to go. I have a meeting at 10:30, so I just want to thank everybody, and I'm sorry I have to miss out on everybody who's new on the call, but thank you so much. All of you are so inspiring, and I'm sure I'll speak with you on the web platform. So
thank you,
everybody
Haley.
have a good day, and it was really nice to talk with you guys today.
Yes, thank you,
Yeah.
Haley, and have a pleasant day
Thank
and a happy
you.
holidays to you and to everyone.
Yes, happy holidays.
And send love to your family from World Merit. And thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Um, so, Pupa, can you
Yes.
did you figure out how to like bring the microphone closer to you or so we can hear you better?
Okay. Maybe you can continue the conversation first. Because
Okay, no, well, we hear you, but let's introduce some other members. We have our brother Vimil from India, and I'm just excited to I'm excited right now. I want to let you introduce yourself, but oh, yeah, go ahead, introduce yourself, Vimil.
Yeah. Hello everybody. How are
Hey.
you?
Good, how are you?
Yeah, I'm fine. So I am Vimal from India, and I am a PhD scholar and in social work, and I'm working for the sweeper communities, scavenger community of India, with a special focus of education.
Well, great. Are you in the office
Yeah.
right now?
No, I'm in hostel. I'm in my hostel room. I'm a student right now. I'm playing a role of a student.
I thought we had the opportunity to see all the kids that you help because the last time we spoke, I was just so inspired. That's what had me really inspired this last month. I've been just dedicated all my time on World Merit so that to create an opportunity like this to connect members. So we spoke, me and Vimil spoke sometime in early November, and he was like, "Hey, do you want to see my office?" And he's showing me all the stuff on the walls, but in the meantime, I'm hearing these kids in the background, and I'm like, "I don't want to see the office walls. Let me see, turn around, let me see the kids." And then as soon as like a few feet away, he turned, and all these happy kids, smiling kids, was right at his front door, the people that he is helping every day. So you are truly committed to this work, and I would have loved to show everyone that right now because we spoke on a Sunday too. So I was hoping that you was in the office and everyone could see those kids because it was an inspiration for me, and I think it would be an inspiration for so many to see the work that you're doing for the people who are living in extreme poverty. So, do you want to just tell us about that community that you're helping? Because I don't think many people really know what it's like to be in extreme poverty.
Yeah. Yeah, great. Thank you, Roger, to give me this opportunity to share my things. So it's a big network. I am connected with many people, and they respect our work. They respect my work, and we are all respecting each other's work here. And now I'm not feeling I'm working in India. So it seems like that I'm connected with all the world like that. All with amazing people around me, are always ready to help me. And as well as I'm also ready to help for all. But right now I'm in my hostel room, so no kids here, only students around. So, but next time I will sit my office and make a call, hang out, and we'll show the things.
Okay. Well, yes. Please tell us briefly about your community that you serve.
Yeah,
Because yes, I did. But yes, I think I had spoke to a member who attends Oxford University,
okay,
and she's from India. And when I did mention you and your organization, she told me she has heard of it. So you definitely are being recognized. But yes, definitely tell us about your organization.
okay. So our organization name is MSC. It's the full name is Movement for Scavengers Community. So in India, scavenging, cleaning, sweeping, cleaning streets, toilet cleaners, it's a caste-based occupation. So on the hello, yeah. So on the basis of caste and the birth, people are entitled to work as a cleaner. So and I also born and brought up in the same community. I belong to the same community, and my parents, my grandfathers, and all they worked as a toilet cleaner. Then I decided to work on the education of by my own community, and I faced a lot of discrimination, violence in my school, in my life during games and all. But I'm still facing all this thing and struggling with this thing. But our next generation will not face. I hope so. So that's why I'm working for this community.
Okay, I apologize. Go ahead.
Yeah, some sound is there.
Yeah, I have the control room, so I paused your microphone, Putri, for now while you get that sorted out.
Oh,
Thanks.
it's okay. It's okay.
But I
So
can. Okay, continue.
yeah, so that's it. And to work on education, our idea is that, and we already implemented our idea. We just started our resource center and the form of library in the hamlets of the community. And at our centers, we are providing free evening classes, coaching classes to the children, free internet, online forms, everything. So career guidance. So this type of facilities we are providing through our center. So right now we have two centers, one in Haryana state and one in state Bhubaneswar, Orissa. So and I'm planning to start this type of centers all around the India.
Okay,
So
great.
that's it. Yeah,
Uh, can you like raise the microphone up a little bit? Maybe that would help
yeah,
us hear you a little better.
yeah. Can you now?
Okay, I think so, but it's fine. Thanks. I'm gonna unmute you, Putri.
Okay.
Um, um, and hopefully we can hear you again. Hello?
Yeah, sure.
Well, I think.
Hello,
Hi. Yes, we hear you better now.
can you hear me?
Yes, yes, we hear you.
Okay. Do you have any questions about what made Indonesia?
Well, of course. Just tell us. I know that you just posted a photo a few within the last hour of an event, High Low Green Community. Tell us about that.
Okay, so uh, in November we did a partnership with them by selling stickers, and um, because of that, today they invite us to their event. They set an event an orphanage, so they came there and just give books, clothes, and food for the children. And then we do discussion with the food company, and then we also get 100 poly bags plan. Can you hear me, guys?
Sort of, kind of. But you can continue. So how many people came out to that event?
From World Merit,
Yes.
we have 10 members, and from Hilo, maybe around 20 members, and from Alsa is 3 members.
Okay, great, great. Yes, y'all have so many people in the picture, it's too much to count. Um, but I
Yes.
see you have some young kids also. And so it was a variety of people who came out to that. That was on the fifth. What day was that? What day was that?
Uh, Today, Sunday at 3 p.m. until 5 p.m.
Oh, that was actually today.
Yes,
See why y'all, like I said, y'all are the winning team. Y'all is like y'all doing that today. That's great. That's great. I'm so proud of you and what y'all do. I have spoken to Anis. I have spoken to Sheila and Putri over there in Jakarta. No, they're not in Jakarta, right? Are they?
Anas is in Jakarta and
Yeah.
I'm in Palembang.
Oh, okay. And do you know Sheila?
Sheila, oh yes, she is
What's
from Jakarta.
Yes, yes, that city. And they made a great video that everyone should have seen already, or go look for of their beach cleanup. So, like I
Oh,
said, y'all are amazing.
thank you so much.
And tell us about you're supposed to be coming to join World Merit USA in next month. So we look forward to having you. Tell us about why tell everyone why you coming to the US.
Yeah, so I got a scholarship from the US government to study in the US for 1 semester, starting from January until May 2016. And I will be in the US start from January 11th.
Is it with Susie?
Sorry?
Is it Susie program? Is that program?
Uh, this is a government program.
Okay, that's okay. I think Agnes has left us, and it's okay. Well, thank you for joining us. We've been on here. I don't know. Did you hear? uh, w- Did you just join? Was you watching a few hours ago?
No, no, I just joined you because I see the word merit chat. I don't
Okay.
know that.
Well, I don't know. Let me ask you a question. Do you have braces?
uh,
Do you have
brace
braces?
braces? No, 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 no. I don't have braces.
Oh, I was just wondering why everyone is smiling but don't show their teeth. I was just maybe um I know people who do that. Like I do it because I had braces. So when I smile, I don't necessarily open my mouth when I smile.
Yeah, that's funny. In Indonesia, if somebody have brace, they always smile so wide.
All right. But is it no? But it's also normal though to not show your teeth. I don't know. Like, I see a lot of people smiling, but don't smile. It's okay. I was just wondering. I thought you have like a braces smile. That's what it looks like.
No, no, maybe because I think my picture will turn up better if I don't show my teeth. Something like that.
Okay. No, no, no. Okay, it's a choice. It's a choice. You it's like I said, to me it looks like a braces smile. So I was just wondering. Um, it's okay. And I think, well, obviously, you want to make sure we all want to make sure that we take care of our teeth. And as long as we have fresh breath, I think that that's good when we're working with volunteers. That's most important.
Okay.
Um, Me, I have like if you see my teeth, it's like I don't know. You don't want to see my teeth. You don't want to see my smile. You can. This is just one of the few photos with me smiling. Let me show you real quick. Um, yeah, that's one of the few. But I was talking, so that's the only reason you can actually see anything. But um, I had braces twice in my life, and um, but I love to smile, and I need to learn to smile a little bit more. I think it's just good for our health, and it just makes people feel good around us also.
But
But
I don't see your braces in the photo.
no, I don't have braces anymore. But
Oh,
my teeth. You would not know that I had braces because my teeth are they look like dinosaurs. Um, Yeah, so this is just one of the nice photos where you can see my teeth. But you are all beautiful, so I don't care if I can see your teeth or not. I think all of you ladies are beautiful and doing amazing work and have a strong team. And I look forward to meeting some of the guys in World Merit Indonesia. But you ladies are definitely taking the lead, and I hope that y'all are an inspiration. I definitely want to have a session, a hangout with all of as many of your World Merit Indonesian members as possible.
yeah.
I
We
look
would love to that. We have 12 hours time difference, so it's still difficult to meet the time, I think.
well, yes, yes, yes. Whenever it's good for you, it's good for me. Don't worry about that for me. So it's whenever it's good for you, and I look forward to y'all participation in upcoming events, and we definitely you should have received. I have the list from Sadaf, our member who's supposed to be doing the interview for Asia. So when we're doing the podcast, I'll be doing, North America, South America, Europe, and Sadaf will be doing the Middle East and Asia. I have to double check the list to see if she had put you on the list. Did you receive a email or a message from her regarding the interview?
Nothing? No, I didn't receive anything yet.
Okay, okay. Well, you definitely will hear something soon. And I definitely want to do an interview with you and your members before you come to America.
Yes, I would love to.
Well, we're gonna wrap this call up. I want to thank everyone for joining. I don't know, is there anything else that Vmail or Mary want to say?
I just want to ask if I just want to say thank you to everybody and for all the questions and all you asked, and I really I enjoyed this, and I would like to do that more with you and to get to know people more. If there's any question or if there's anything after you see this, you can find me on Facebook as Mary Shufan or on World Merit. And I hope you all have like healthy and good life, and let's all work together for Merit 360 and for all these SDGs. And thank you, Roger.
Yes, thank you for having us, Mary.
Thank you.
And email, you want to say anything
Yes,
before we
it's
go?
no, I'm good. Thank you.
No, no. Yes, thank you. Vima, you still there?
Yeah, yeah. Hi, Roger.
Hi.
Yeah, so it's a good opportunity, but I couldn't heard all the people here. In case of Mary, I don't know about Mary's work and all. So, but she know about about my work and me. So I would like to know more about more people. But if, next time I'll join, and I'll happy to know more about the people.
Okay. Well, yes, definitely. Next time we're gonna do this every month,
Yeah.
and in the beginning of January, I'll put out the date for the next call,
Okay.
and hopefully we can definitely have a great session. Mohammed just joined us again. We're about to go, Mohammed. Can you hear us? Is- Um, introduce yourself. Okay, well, Mohammed, I guess your microphone isn't working. That's would be nice if you could have joined. But thank you for joining anyway. I hope you've been watching everything and been listening to everything. And um, we we appreciate everyone who's participated and who has listened, whether if it's on just for briefly or for the whole entire call. It's been great. Haley just sent me a message. I guess I don't know if she wants me to share this with you. She said she really enjoyed being on the call with everyone, and that she wants to share an idea that she had during our call. Oh, I guess that's just for me. We'll talk about this with the public a little bit later, but she sent me a detailed message for her campaign, and it's called I Deserve to Be Happy. You're right. Every one of you deserve to be happy. So I definitely look forward to hearing about that soon, about our campaign. And Mohammed, you have one more shot to get in on this call before we go. Okay. Well, thank you for joining anyway and for listening. Thank you, Pooput. Is there anything that you want to say to everyone in World Merit?
Okay, thank you, Mary, Vimo, and Roger. I'm so happy to know you and share our experience each other. Hope we will have more members in the next conference call. Really, I have a great time. Thank you so much.
All right. Well, thank you for joining us too, and we definitely want everyone to write comments as far as what time and what day y'all have an idea for what would be best for our next call. Together, we working as a team, so it's going to require a team effort to actually getting things done. We just have someone just joined, Miriam.
Yes, hello.
Hi, Miriam. We was just about to go, but you joined in just in time. So come on, introduce yourself.
Okay, that's perfect. Hello, everyone. My name is Mariam. I'm from Egypt. I'm 20 years old and I'm studying translation. And actually, it's my first experience on World Merit, and I would like to hear about others' experiences as well.
Wow. How? When did you join?
Sorry, I didn't hear.
When did you join World Merit?
Just yesterday, I found the link on a website called Hey Success, and it was concerned with the opportunities of internships and so I felt really like inspired and I want to participate in such experience, and I feel like okay, I want to I started to watch the videos and read about the programs and the activities and it was really inspiring.
Well, great. So what I'll tell you is first, welcome to World Merit,
Thank
and
you.
we've been on this call since about this is like hour number 4 now. We're into hour number 4, so you just got in on time. But the amazing thing is that we definitely have to connect. So another partnership that World Merit USA is doing. I'm the World Merit USA Vice President, and Mary that you may have seen on the screen or heard. She's from Syria. She's with World Merit USA. Earlier in the call, we had members from Arizona,
Mm-hmm.
she's a professional chef and then a professional, a health professional, because every month on World Merit we focus on each of the SDGs, and this month is good health and well-being. So we
That's
had
great.
these two members who professionals on that speak on that in hour number two.
Mm-hmm.
So we spent about an hour and a half having a great conversation about, diet and health and all the amazing things that, um, so that we can, and how to empower each other, because we definitely need to be happy and in good health so that we can actually achieve these goals. And another thing that we will be doing aside from these conference calls is I have a partnership with World Merit Egypt. We are currently
Oh, that's
developing
great.
we're currently developing an English language conversation group. So I think that's
Mm-hmm.
right up your alley. And
Yes, exactly. Sometime.
you definitely have to send me your contact, so that I can get you in on this.
Sure.
We are I haven't yes so that's what we plan to roll out in January, because she told
Mm-hmm.
me that there are so many Egyptian youth and members that don't have the opportunity to practice their English.
Yes,
So
that's true.
we'll be creating these English language conversation groups. It's going to
Mm-hmm.
feature conversations just about, basic lifestyle conversations, and then discussions about an article or video, and then games and debates. And we'll post that on World Merit in January, as well as, and try to open that up to the international community. There's so many members who I've talked to from Indonesia, from Africa, who think that who would like to participate in that discourse. And
That would be perfect.
because I'm not an English teacher, I can't necessarily correct someone's English grammar. I can't tell them
Mm-hmm.
how to use certain things to be more effective. So I think that the more members that are involved, it's the better the experience is, because you know how complex the English language can be. However, it is still relatively easier than a lot of other languages out there.
No, no, believe me, it's complex because now I'm studying. Like, I'm not only studying translation. I'm also studying linguistics. So I thought that language is easy, but after I started studying these fields of linguistics and phonetics and syntax and all these complicated things, I realized that it's really difficult. Not because it is difficult, but because it needs more practice, it needs more knowledge, and you have to be, like as you said, there's no chance for us to practice our English except for the students or the people who are using it at work or at college. But for those who don't use it, it's really hard to practice.
Well,
So
yes.
I think it would be a great idea to have this. Actually, it's my first time on Hangout, and I think that it's really interesting. It's really my first time, my first time to be online and to join such conversation. I'm really impressed. It's really
Well,
good.
thank you. I hope that when you watch the video from the very beginning, because for the first hour we discuss World Merit and all
Hmm.
of the features of the website, so you get an
Hmm.
in-depth about everything that we have to offer and all of the programs and how to find everything and favorite asked questions. That's the first hour of this call was about, and about Merit 360. Did you sign up to join Merit 360?
Yeah, definitely. Once I checked the website, I found these programs, and I was really interested to join the quality education program as it's related somehow to my studies, and I would like to be a teacher one day. So, and after that, I found like zero hunger and no poverty, and they were also really interesting. I don't know if it's possible to apply for many programs and and wait to see what's the program you're more suitable to join. But I think that I will choose education because that's really, I think it's the best thing that anyone can offer to someone, that to help him to know something. So I believe that I will definitely go for the educational program.
Okay, well, great. Um, I think what I wanted to ask you was, all right, so okay, what city do you live in?
Alexandria.
Wonderful, wonderful. Yes. The other members, they live in Cairo that I've spoken to
Yeah.
already.
Mhm.
And I've been to Egypt. I plan to move to Egypt, so in the next few years. So that's why this English language conversation club is so important to me. And it was like
Yeah, definitely.
a blessing that she reached out to me. I didn't. She reached out to me about
Hmm.
creating this.
Yeah. From which country are you?
I'm in New York City.
That's great. I have many relatives and friends in New York.
All right, great, wonderful, wonderful. And this conference call. This is the second conference call that we've had.
Hmm.
And we're gonna do this monthly. And this is
That would
part
be
of a series that I'm calling Meritology 101. So
hmm
it's gonna be it's where people are gonna learn about the SDGs and we have conversations about these things. So next month is going to be the conference call is going to be focused on quality education. So
perfect.
we will have
Just on time.
members. We're going to
Yeah.
invite members to be interviewed for that specifically.
Hmm. Hmm.
And yes, if you're interested in participating in that, because they have some members who are doing some amazing things professionally and initiatives for
Yeah.
SDG projects. They are
Hmm.
and I definitely want to share those stories with our community.
That would be definitely great. It's I just want to ask you about something that you might know about. How can you like يعني applied for poverty the poverty program on Merit 360 and I guess يعني I don't know how I'm supposed to know if I'm accepted or something like that. It's just like you fill the application and wait for an email or something, or you have to do something else.
Well, yes, it's holiday time, so I don't know, I don't know, can't tell, but yes, please wait for an email. I can't tell you how soon you will receive a reply.
Hmm. Yeah.
Uh, the deadline is kind of the end of this month, so I think,
Hmm.
just as usual, now more people are applying and actually
Yeah.
getting who've known about it are applying, so it might take a little bit
Mhm.
longer for them to respond.
Yeah, sure. So it's possible to apply for many programs, right?
Well, when if did you apply yet, or do you just begin applying?
I did for the zero hunger and no poverty, but not yet for the education program, the
Because I
quality
know that you're
education.
supposed to select three.
Oh, yeah, yeah, I know that in the application they told me like you have the first choice is for instance zero hunger. So what's your second and your third? But I thought that it's يعني I will focus just on one program when I go there.
Well, okay, well then that's good. I just know that quality education is a very popular one, so not everyone is
Hmm.
going to get accepted to that one. So they want to know your second and third choice, so that
Yeah.
you'll be put into groups of areas that you're still of interest to you.
Hmm.
So if you didn't put that in, you won't be selected for that group. You won't be considered for quality education group
Okay,
if you
okay,
didn't
okay.
indicate that. But you should be able to go back to your application and edit it,
I
possibly.
don't know how to do this. I read this after I filled the application. They told me that I had this message like you can come and edit your application whenever you want. But when I logged in once more after I logged out, I didn't find like how can I reach the application and edit it.
Okay, so on your home page, you
Yeah.
should be able to, there's a blue button on the left say apply for Merit 360.
Mhm.
When you click on that, I think that that's how members are going back to their application.
Mhm.
So you should be able to do it that way.
So if I'm already logged in, I will be able to edit it, right?
I'm not absolutely sure. You can send a question to merit360 at worldmerit.org.
Mhm.
Because I don't know. Once you've submitted it, completed, I don't know if you can go back. So that I'm not absolutely sure
Okay.
about.
It's okay. It's okay. I will try to find out. It's okay. Thank you.
Yes, you can send a message to an email to merit360 at worldmerit.org.
Okay, I will.
But you can
Thank you.
check now, as I said, if you on your home page, go to the blue
Mhm.
button that says apply for Merit 360, or it might, I don't know if it says something differently on your page,
No, no, no. Yeah, yeah. It's the same. Apply for management.
but when you click on there, you should be able to access it again. See if that will take you back to it.
Mhm. I will try to. Thank you.
Do you have any other questions?
No, no, that's fine. These are my questions so far.
Okay, great. Could you send me your are you on your homepage? Could you send me the link to your page so I can message you?
Yes, yes, definitely. But actually, it's a bit. I'm just joined this website yesterday, so I will send you the link. But actually, I don't know how. So you
Okay.
mean
No,
by
I'm just talking
hangouts
about
or what?
okay, are you online right now?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, go to your homepage,
Okay.
your profile page,
Mm-hmm.
and just, copy the
Yeah, I
URL.
copied. Yes. How should I send it to you?
You can send it to me in this Google Hangout.
Okay. Yeah, I found it. Okay, here you are.
Okay, great. Cool. Thanks.
Okay, you're welcome.
Um, all right, and then I'll just send you some introductory members. I'm gonna
Okay.
click add you as a friend right now, and definitely want to. So you say in school right now studying linguistics, correct?
No, at college actually.
Well, yes, at college, studying language. You said?
Yeah, it's called College of Language and Communication, and I study a lot of things. I study literature, I study translation and linguistics, but my major basically is translation, and I also
A-
study media and communication. So
Are you currently employed in translation as a
no,
translator?
no, no. Actually, I'm freelancer somehow, and I try to practice in summer and to like find a summer job. But still, I'm in the third year. يعني in the first semester of the third year. I still have 1 year and a half to go. So I'm not actually employed. I'm still undergraduate and I'm just a freelancer.
All right. Well, no problem. I think that yes, I'm definitely gonna contact you today, and I need to contact the other members. That's been over a week since the last message they sent me that we've corresponded,
Mm-hmm.
and I would definitely want to include you in this process so that it's an effective process. It's not just a fun, it's not just a experience of organic
I
dialogue, but
know.
I want to,
Yeah,
I think with your help we can make it as effective as possible.
I hope so. I hope so.
Well, yes, that's great, and I look forward to coming to Alexandria. That is part of my one of my dreams to take
You will be
to
most welcome.
yes, yes. I think this experience that you're seeing now with this conference call is the beginning of a multimedia experience of bringing good news to the world and new media. You know, we need to create.
Hello.
Hello,
Uh, we,
Roger, I can hear you.
excuse me.
Hi. Who's
Hello.
there? Yeah,
Hello,
I'm
I
here.
can. Okay.
Hey.
You can continue.
Um. Pupa. What?
Uh, I can hear you now.
Oh, you couldn't hear me before?
Yes.
No, no.
Oh, okay.
Hi there.
Okay.
Hello.
Muhammad is our chaperone on the call. And we still have Vmail, but yes, definitely. We've been on for about 4 hours, so we're gonna bring this to a conclusion. Thank you everyone for joining us. As I said, we're gonna do this every month, and this is gonna as soon as we finish, this is gonna be available for playback on YouTube. So you can
Mm-hmm.
watch it from the very beginning, where you will see an introduction and tour of World Merit. You'll see interviews with World Merit USA members about good health and well-being. We also had an interview with World Merit USA member Mary. She's from Syria,
Mm-hmm.
and she's talking about her journey from the leaving the war and coming to America. And yes, we talked about Star Wars. And
Mm-hmm.
everyone has been through that excitement because ultimately I've been telling everyone that SDGs, Star Wars is about the SDGs. The real dark side is extreme hunger, extreme poverty, nuclear weapons, and we have to come together to eliminate these challenges in the next um, 15 years. So yes, thank you Vimil for joining the call, and thank you Puput from Indonesia. Vimil is from India. Um, Muhammad is from, I'm not sure where Muhammad is from. Next time, and thank you Miriam for coming on as a new member, and I look forward to talking to you privately soon.
Thank you, thank you. I'm really glad to be here, and it's really good that my first time here is really I'm really inspired. I found a lot of people sharing the same concept of doing something great and do a change. So it's really inspiring. Thank you for having me here.
Okay, well, you're welcome. And members can know that if you ever see me on World Merit and you see my name in the chat room, you see that I'm online, I'm available to talk. So if you want to contact me to reach me on Skype, reach me on Google Hangout, you are welcome to do that. As you see, I've shared this Hangout tag in the chat room, so members should start engaging each other and start discussing more about their goals and how what they want to achieve, and so that we can support each other on our road to meeting up at Merit 360 in New York City. I look forward to meeting you all, and thank you again. It's the start of winter here in America. Starts tomorrow, and it's the holiday seasons as it is around the world. We have Christmas coming up, and we have
Happy holidays.
Kwanzaa. So yes, thank you. Happy holidays to everyone around the world. Thank you for joining us on
Thank you, Roger. Thank you, Mariam, Putli.
our
Uh, uh,
and it says, "It is not for us to relax or slow, nor stop, nor drop to weaken knee when faced by odious inequality. Not for us the morning of dated dreams that mock and rebuke the last nights of life, nor for us a cowering retreat from menacing medieval traditions or simplistic mistaken doctrines that render many unable. No, no, my friends, for us it is the opportunity to strive for goals, to meet aspiration with full unhindered determination. It is for us to see all potential unshackled, to ensure those with ambition are released from inequity or insecurity. It is for us to lead determined to others of merit and see that together they reach their fullest potential. We will fight those who dare challenge our right to endeavor towards dreams. We will rise as a community of citizens to meet global issues, including those that grow to daunt us, to daunt others, and we will work for a world of merit. We will achieve. So thank you again, everyone, for participating in this. Happy holidays to everyone,
Okay, bye,
and
Roger.
uh,
Okay, bye,
happy
Roger. Thanks for giving us this
holidays.
opportunity.
and to everyone.
Okay, bye.
Okay, thank you everyone. Bye.
Thank
Bye.
you. See you in the next one.